Welcome to Speak On It with Who You With Kurt Dog. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Welcome to Speak On It with Who You With Kurt Dog. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Who you with Kurt? I'm out. Welcome to Speak On It with Who You With Kurt Dog. Welcome to Speak On It with Who You With Kurt Dog. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Welcome to Speak On It with Who You With Kurt Dog. Welcome to Speak On It with Who You With Kurt Dog. I'm welcome. I'm welcome. I'm welcome. I'm welcome to Speak On It with Who You With Kurt Dog. Welcome to Speak On It with Who You With Kurt Dog. I'm welcome. I'm welcome. I'm welcome. I'm welcome to Speak On It with Who You With Kurt Dog. Welcome to Speak On It with Who You With Kurt Dog. I'm welcome. I'm welcome. I'm welcome. I'm welcome to Speak On It. Welcome to Speak On It. I'm welcome to Speak On It. Welcome to Speak On It. I'm welcome to Speak On It. Welcome to Speak On It. I'm welcome to speak. Welcome to speak. I'm 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 Who You With Kurt Dog.
Yo, what's going on? Welcome to Speak On It, Kurt Dog. I'm Kurt Dog. We are live tonight. Um, Done changed my system around, so I'm trying to make sure I got it right. Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. Um, so tonight, we've been waiting for this for a while. The election is tonight. They're in the process of counting everything. I don't know about y'all, but some of these things looking kind of shady right about now because the way they counting, uh, 162 for him and 81 for Harris, but I feel like we're gonna pull it off at the end. But I have a question for all of you: who are you voting for? Did you vote? And also, if who did you vote for? The choice is yours. Everybody have a choice who they want to vote for. That is your right. What's going on, Radio Chaos? We back in the house once again. How you doing tonight? Um, so I'm just kind of curious because we're in some trying times right now. Um, oh, uh, so right now between Harris and Trump, um, you got to ask yourself, what do you want, good or bad? Um, I'm for Harris. I'm not ashamed to say it. I voted for her, and hopefully, she will pull it off. But as for Trump, this Project 2025 is a nightmare. Some of the things they trying to do with it and what they planning on doing, they trying to take us back to the old days, which we're not going back. It's a different time, different breed of people, so it won't be the same. You can call in, have your opinion. As always on the show, I know it's been a while since we've been on, but as always, everybody have a voice here. Your opinion is your opinion. Um, there's no wrong answers, but the only thing that we do ask, and we still continue to ask, is to be respectful, and that's it. You can vote for whoever you wanted to, and hopefully everybody took a chance to vote. Radio, I know you up in Canada. Um, And I know you texted me earlier and was saying some things, and it's not just here. It's kind of like follow the food or follow the leader in a sense in different countries as well, because a lot of people are starting to take this same step as Trump and want to become dictators, which that's something that we cannot have because we're not trying to do things like that. We want to do it the right way. So definitely, you can call in 972-591-3665, 972-591-3665. As the votes are being counted, I know they're saying it may be a couple of days before we know who win or anything like that. Um, One of the biggest question because this week alone, well, we done had several incidents. The young man out of Florida that went to a polling place last week, swinging a machete around, trying to intimidate people. See, those are the things that need to be held accountable. The guy out of South Carolina last week that actually um, went into a polling place and called the polling workers bees and all of this. And as I've watched the video several times, I showed it to my wife. She turned around, looked at me, and said, "I'm glad you weren't there." I'm glad I wasn't either because we'll be getting some bail money together because you cannot disrespect our sisters, the poll workers. They there doing their job. Follow the rules. That's what y'all say when incident happen with black folks. The only thing you have to do is follow the rules. Well, you cannot support a candidate by having a hat, a shirt, or anything on supporting a candidate when you're going into the polling place. That have always been the rules. But he decided to do it, and as he went in, um, they told him he couldn't vote without with that supporting a candidate. He had to change. He could come back and vote. He got upset. Now, what really upset me about the situation, um, well, before I get to that part, he actually um, assaulted a poll worker, and she swung on him, which she should have. Got to defend yourself. I don't think he would have done that if any man was in the precinct. I don't think he would have acted that way if somebody who was his size that would have stood up for the poll workers. I don't think he would have done it. Now, the police was called out, and unfortunately, the poll worker was charged, I believe, a third degree assault or something. She was charged with that and then turned around. He wasn't charged with anything. Okay. I don't get it. He threw a hat at somebody. He calling the bees, getting upset because they enforcing the rules, which is crazy. So my thing is, have y'all had any issues going into the polls? Have you had uh, heard of anything? I know here in Texas, um, I believe it was out in White Settlement, Texas. A guy said he went in there and voted and said it changed his vote. I don't know if it did or didn't, but the county election official said that didn't happen. Apparently, he voted for the wrong one. They didn't say who he voted for, who he didn't vote for, but it's a possibility he knew in his heart who he should have voted for, and then he decided, no, I can't do that. So it's a lot into it, but as the numbers coming in, it's pretty nerve wracking seeing these numbers. I know we have a long way to go, but hopefully people did what's right. The ones that are saying they support it, hopefully you got registered to vote and actually got out and vote. Um, I've been voting since I was 18, and I probably can count on one hand when I missed anything, and it probably was just one, um, due to some being out of town working or something like that. But still, we are here to talk about the election. What are the things that you would like for the new president coming in to do for the community? I know a lot of people talk about Trump gave stimulus checks, and unfortunately, he didn't want to give it. He's the only president that requested for his name to be on the check, which is crazy. You holding people in dying times during the pandemic can't work, and you telling them, hey, in order for me to sign this check, I need my name on it. Then also, the Democrat was in charge then, so it wasn't Trump idea. Trump could have cared less, and a lot of people feel like what Trump is gonna do is they're gonna make all this money. Now, I seen on the news today. I don't understand it, but some guy was at a polling place in the parking lot riding a pretty nice golf cart, had all this Trump flags and stickers and hat and shirts on. Um, and he was saying he could barely buy food for his house. Can barely buy food for your house. Now, I'm thinking all the money you spent on the golf cart, on all the Trump uh, merchandise, and you probably sent money to his campaign. That could have bought food for your house. I'm just saying. Um, it's just not the same with Trump. Do not believe Trump is going to be for you. He's all about trying to stay out of jail. That's it. Those 34 felonies. Matter of fact, I believe in Georgia for the interference of the election last time when he was begging to find more votes. Um, he just basically trying to stay out of jail. That's all it is. Trying to stay out of jail. It's not about winning the election. He don't want to go to prison, and that's why they delayed one of the sentences for his many charges. They waited until after the election. I believe it's the 20 something of this month that he's supposed to be sentenced. But if he win the election, they're not going to sentence him like they would anyone else. Some of the comments that Trump had made, um, saying, "Oh, the black folks can relate to me because I've been to jail." No, all black folks haven't been to jail because I never been, and hopefully I'll never go. So, so don't say that Trump Trump is the Roman calendar of anger. Yes, exactly, because he gonna say and do what he want to say and do. He don't care who he offend or anything like that. He's selling the shoes uh, to appeal to black people. Everybody not flashy like that. Um, the Bible, the Bible, which the last time you had the Bible before you start selling your own Bibles, you had it upside down. And then on top of that, you had Secret Service to block the road, to clear the road for you could go over to that church because of the protest. So you have to listen to key points about what he said. He want to allow policemen to be able to kill innocent people, and they be no charges against them. Um, he also talked about he should be able to shoot his people that's going against him, should be able to shoot them down in the street, no charges against him. So it's crazy how people can choose somebody like that and think they're gonna be okay, but you're not. Because just like if anybody else does this, they need to be held accountable. It's not right for no party to do it or anybody to do it. Then on top of that, um, I'm sorry, I'm watching the news at the same time. Um, Look like that Ted Cruz uh, and Albright. I didn't see the results of it, but they're in the process of doing it. Um, so, bottom line is, Trump really do not need to win this election because it's going to bring hell to all of us, regardless of who it is. Um, he's not going to look out for you. He'll say that, but he really not going to look out for you. He's all about himself. How can he make money? Without the electoral college, um, Trump would never have gotten into office. That's right. He sure wouldn't. And right now, um, what the numbers I'm seeing now is kind of iffy, but it's a lot of votes still need to be counted. Um, I see that Cruz is winning in most of the counties over all red, but it's still a lot to be counted. Like they said, it may be days before we actually find out um, who the winner is for the president race. A lot of local, well, not local here, but a lot of smaller races for seats have actually been certified. Well, not certified, but actually they announced who won those particular seats, just in different areas. They still looking at Texas because I read in Cruz, who never should have been in office after his last election, which is you gotta look at it like this. Too many women have died here in Texas because they was pregnant, had a miscarriage, and couldn't get the treatment they needed. So that's the biggest part of it. You have to be able to get the treatment for the people, and if not, it's um it's not good. And people have lost their lives from having a miscarriage, and then doctors are scared to even perform the procedure they need to save their life. They end up bleeding out um, in a car at home, getting infection, and eventually end up dying, which is crazy because um, doctors have an oath they had to take to be able to save people's lives. And that's not the case when it comes down to women rights. I'm for women rights. They should have the right to make a choice of their own body. Um, I did enjoy watching Cruz get his ass handed to him in the debate. You're right, because I watched the debate and it was interesting. Um, because Cruz kept repeating the same thing over and over again, and he just wasn't ready. Matter of fact, I cannot tell you the last time Cruz had to have a debate, or I never paid attention to it back then. So, with with that being said, Cruz, he's pretty nervous now because you don't know which way it may go. With Cruz, um, this whole election is kind of crazy right now. 35% of the votes in Wisconsin. Harris leading 49.8 to 48.4. That's how close most of them are. They have given Trump several states, and it's gonna be close. It's gonna be a long night, and it may be like they said. It's gonna be a while. They said that Trump is the projected winner in Montana. Um, Colorado, Harris won, and that's how they showing now. So it's gonna be a long night, and right now Trump is leading the electoral votes 172 to 91. 172 to 91, and you have to get 270. So hopefully they get the counting of votes right. Let's talk about Atlanta. Uh, in Georgia, 3,000 mail-in ballots was not sent out, I think, until um, Friday or today or Monday. And I'm like, wait a minute, why they wasn't sent out before? That's where they trying to suppress the votes because they're gonna do everything they can to try to get Trump in office because they feel like they can actually do a lot with him in office. But think about it. A lot of people have actually went against Trump that was in office with him. Welcome, Weedy Jean Wright. How you doing? Um, she actually said there were no lines at the polls in our neighborhood. Mostly Hispanics showed up. Our people have lost the desire to be a part of this process, but they will complain about everything political driven. You ain't lying. See, that's the problem I have. A lot of people want to complain, but they don't want to do anything. Um, I'm like this. Don't complain if you're not trying to make a change. They tell me, well, my vote don't count. It don't count if you don't vote. I don't care who you vote for, but hopefully you pick the right side. But at least get out and vote. Get out and vote. That's what's important because if you don't vote, you don't have a voice. You do not have a voice. And a lot of people, when you see local election, you don't hear about, they don't spend all that money to have you vote for them because they don't expect for you to show up. They might send you out a flyer every once in a while, but our local election is important. It's way more important than the federal election for the simple fact that's where our laws are built off of. And if you get people like uh, Greg Abbott, Dan Patrick, um, and Cruz, and that thug that's and been brought up on charges several times and got away. We can't have those type of people in office for the simple fact we need to make a change. If you want to make a change, get registered to vote and vote and stop complaining. If you don't vote, you basically saying, "Oh, it's an, it's enough people that's going to vote that's going to pass it." No, it's not. We need everybody to vote, regardless of how you vote. But when you voting, think about what our ancestor went through, having to pay poll taxes. Think about people that lost their lives having to trying to vote, and people lost their lives. So yeah, don't don't um don't do it like that. At least get out and make an effort. Don't worry about saying, "Oh, my vote don't count. It won't count. They're gonna pick who they want." That's not how the process goes. Uh, oops. See, That's another one. Everybody smoking weed, but fail to understand that the crimination of marijuana is on the same ballot. How you and Pookie them getting arrested for smoking weed, why Texas not making it legal? I've said many years ago that um, Texas should have casinos. Think about how much money is going to Oklahoma, money going to Louisiana. So we definitely need a casino. Exactly, radio. Now, radio is out of Canada. Um, how can you try to overturn an election and still be allowed to run? That's because we need to change our laws. We need to change it. And what they basically done this whole campaign is used a scare tactic where they talked about the border. That's the only thing they really talked about, the border, unsecure border. But years ago, what they not talking about, Greg Abbott was talking about our border is wide open. We would love your business. Our border is wide open. We would love your business. But then um, when it happened, it's I'm sorry, getting okay. So when it happened, it's basically people forget about that. So you have to continue to think about what they said in the past. They Greg Abbott talked about it for years. Our border is wide open. We would love for you to come do business here in Texas and all of that. But now people are coming over that he didn't expect. Oh, we need to close up. We need to close up our bordering and all of this. No, you've been preaching that just like y'all say equal for all. No, it's not equal for all. Welcome to the show, T Cal. Weedy Jean said no one pastor or political went to Khan Academy to register voters. See, that should have been done. I'm disappointed, very disappointed. Um, Dallas Khan Academy is where people, um, it's an alternative school for people that have dropped out of school and can register to vote. They're probably over 18 and on up. I don't know what age they stop at, but they should have been getting people registered to vote. And they need to talk about politics in school. Um, they definitely need to talk about it. Hey, TK, I'm sorry. I know I said it a while ago, but I just get into your message. Um, Radio Chaos said the GOP aren't even running on policy. It's just floating. Exactly. Conspiracy theory. That's what scares me the most because what they're trying to do, they're using conspiracy theory to scare folks and thinking that that's what's going to happen. Every ad that you see going to talk about the border. I was somewhere, I was looking at some channel that was in a whole nother state. They even talked about the border. I'm like, first of all, y'all need to be complaining about Ron DeSantis, Greg Abbott, that was bringing folks in and busing them to other cities. So that's the ones y'all need to complain about. If you have immigrants in your city, talk about them spending all that money to bus them somewhere. Now, I'm gonna get on a different subject because I'm still waiting for this. Um, Last year, Greg Abbott was talking about, oh, we have plenty of money. We're gonna give everybody tax break on their house. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. Where that money go? Oh, that was the money they paid to ship people off to other cities. See, they think we have a short memory, but some of us don't. So, uh, so it's that's how it is. We miss you too, T Cal. Thank you for tuning in. Said, "What's up, radio?" Um, Radio said, "Hey, TK, hope all is well." Weedy Jean, why did Haynes, Rush, and Jakes campaign in our neighborhood? Um, I cannot speak on uh, Jakes and Rush, but I know Dr. Haynes in Friendship West Baptist Church does a lot in the community. Um, he does a lot, and he have ministries at the church that actually goes out and do a lot of things at the church. So I cannot speak on Jakes nor Rush, but I know personally for Dr. Haynes, Friendship West is always in the community doing stuff. Um, they do so much in the community, but it take a village. It take a village because they cannot do everything. It's a lot of um, people in the community talk a good game, but everybody not reacting on it. But one thing about Friendship West, I know that they still feed the homeless, clothe them every week. Um, during the pandemic, a lot of people shut down. They still provided for them. Um, so that's one thing about Friendship West. They actually do a lot for the community. Um, so I cannot speak on Pastor Rush or Bishop Jakes because I'm not a part of their ministry. I don't know what they do. So I cannot speak on them personally. But I know Friendship West, they always are in the community and they do quite a bit. So hopefully that answered your question, Weedy. But I'm just saying for myself, I know what Friendship West does. And that's we need more churches to step up. I know a lot of churches are doing it. Uh, who is that? I forgot his name. They do quite a bit um, with Paul Quinn, the communities and stuff like that. But yes, I was talking about the election. Not everyone can reach the church. The church should reach them. Exactly. Once again, I know Pastor Haynes. He do quite a bit. Um, he traveled quite a bit um, all across the world to um, dealing with what's going on in communities and stuff like that. I know we have teams at Friendship West that actually deal with a lot of stuff as well, and they're very involved within the community. I cannot speak about all churches, but I know Friendship West is very much involved with in the community and with the election, but you cannot mix the two, so they cannot support just one particular candidate. Which we've seen some preachers that preach in Louisiana that actually went off and support just flat out said he's supporting Trump and all of this and uh, it's a fine line of what you can and can't do as a church dealing with politics. Politics and church should not. They don't want it to mix together. Radio said the government up here has been preparing for a year if Trump if Trump win. I pray and hope he don't win. I pray and hope he don't win because what people don't realize, one thing that Trump, well, one of many things that Trump said, um, is the fact that he want to cut out overtime. You want to cut out overtime. A lot of people survive because of that overtime. Without that overtime, that old saying, we one paycheck from being put out, that overtime is saving a lot of folks. But he said he want to cut out overtime. So that was one of many things he said. He also said he want to fire um, several federal employees, basically saying if he don't like you, he had the rights to fire you. So that's something else because that would affect a lot of people. And basically, when he put certain people in place in certain position, he did it for a reason to benefit him. So it's a lot of things Trump have said that I don't agree with. I don't agree with nothing that he say. Uh, so that's just me. Um, Weedy Green said the Hispanic church around the corner held an outside registration drive. It's a lot of churches do that. Matter of fact, I know Friendship West have done it because they will have them to come to the church, do voter registration, as well as they are they was a polling place as well. So you could early vote there, and it's a voting location as well. So it's a lot they do, and then with the members that are there, the thousand and thousand of members that are there, they basically they say, hey, you can register to vote here before the registration cut off. You can come up there to register. Then when early voting started, you can vote here right after church. You can come here and vote. Um, just to make sure it's easy for you, easy for the community, and we need more churches like that. Now, I know that, um, and I'm sure they still doing it. They will have like voter registration drives where they go out into the community and make sure people are registered to vote as well. Go to different locations and do it. Like I said, I cannot speak on other churches, but Friendship West, I can. I've been there for uh, about 23 years. So I know they're they do a lot for the community. And what Pastor Haynes preach about, he actually does it. And it's that's why I'm still there because I needed someone that can um, spiritually feed me, but also doing giving back to the community. And that's one thing that he tell us to do. It's not just about us. Help others. Help others. So um, Radio said he also is going to give Elon Musk in his administration if he win. Hopefully he don't. Um, so it will be kind of oh shit. I mean, shoot. Looking at it right now, Trump is winning 195 to 90. I think it was 91. So yeah, 195 to 91, and they have to go to 270. So hopefully the votes start coming in and flip it because I've been hearing a lot of people saying, "Oh, I'm voting this, I'm voting that." Do your word, be what you said you're gonna do, and let's change it because we do not need a dictator um, running this country. It's just not gonna be right. It won't be right, and they already making decision on what they're gonna do. And then no, he's not. I actually heard, I guess, a couple of weeks ago when he was talking about he'll pay out $1 million for people to get registered to vote. Well, this was a couple of not too long ago, and when Trump went to that grocery store and gave the woman the $100 bill and told her that's for the White House. Basically, it's illegal to pay somebody for your vote. And Then so many things he done. We can go down the line, threaten the life of uh, Cheney, uh, talking about, oh, she should have 9 people in front of her with a rifle pointing at her. What leader would talk like that? And like they said, he should have been disqualified. Some of the things he done should have been disqualified. Now here it is. He have 34 felon conviction, and he's running for the highest office in the land. And then on top of that, in most cases, if you have a misdemeanor, you cannot work for the governor, for the government, if you have a record. Now with Trump, he never should be in there. It shouldn't even be him. And then how a lot of even Vance, he talked about Trump, said he'll never be a Trumpster. He won't vote for Trump. But as soon as he got that coattail pulled and asked him to be vice president, guess what? Oh, I guess I'll go ahead and vote for him. I have an opportunity. You got to have more than opportunity. You got to sleep at night. You supporting somebody that don't care about you. That's just like um, Cruz when Trump talked about his wife. I'm like, really? You still supporting him after he done talked about your wife like a dog? That's crazy. So it's a lot involved. That's why you have to do your homework. Now, it's been many of times I wanted to come on here and do a show. I know it's been a while since we've been on here, but I needed that break. I needed that break. Um, so it's a lot. We're gonna start back getting into it, and also trying to do shows more often, not just for election, but a lot of other shows. I've been doing a lot of stuff behind the scene, but not on the show. So we're working on some things, and we're gonna try to keep going and pushing the show um, to get back to where we were, and we have to take care of our mental health as well, because that's important. Sometimes you need that mental break because if not, it'll overwhelm you. And this past year have been pretty rough for the GOP. It isn't about governing; it's about power. That's what most of them get in it for. It's about power. Now, I noticed that MTG had been pretty quiet since she got checked. I haven't heard too much of her because when she got checked by Jasmine Crockett, it was she been pretty quiet, which is probably the best thing for her to do because she was coming in there and she was a bully. But when she crossed path with the right person, they put in her place. And sometimes you just have to do that. Wisconsin Harris is 49.1, Trump is 49.2. So it's still a close race. They're about 1,235 votes separating. So it's still a pretty close race in this whole thing. We don't know what's going to happen. New Hampshire, uh, Harris is 52.1. Um, I didn't see what Trump was. New Jersey, she had 52, Trump at 46. New Mexico, 50.5, and then they turned it off. But, 47.7 for Trump. Harris won New York, 58.4 to 41.2. North Carolina, Trump is winning 50.7 and 47.9. And then Trump won North Dakota, which is not surprising. Ohio, Trump won Ohio 55.8 to 43.2. So, and of course, he won Oklahoma. But it's still a chance. It's still a lot that need to go on. Right now, he's winning Pennsylvania. She won Ohio, no, Rhode Island. I'm sorry. Um, Trump won South Carolina, which is not surprising because the lies that came out when the hurricane hit there, where people were saying that, first of all, Trump lied and said that um, the Biden campaign has has hasn't reached out to the governor of, I think it was Florida and South Carolina, which they reached out to both, but Trump said, "Oh, they haven't reached out to them." And one of the governors just called Trump a liar. I believe it was the one, not the governor. Um, I think it was South Carolina. He just called Trump a flat out lie. No, they have reached out to us and told us whatever we need, they will provide for us. Harris has to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Yes, they just showed Wisconsin. I didn't catch it in time. I think Harris had like 49 point something. I looked down, looked back up, and it was off the string. But it's going to be a long night. Hopefully, we can pull it out, um, and be able to uh, pull this win to get us back on track. I'm I'm interested in um, the changes that's going on. Um, and that's another thing. A lot of people don't realize that um, that when it come down to, they say, oh, the economy was good when Trump was in office and all of that. That was coming off of President Obama time in office. So it was good when Trump came in, but then we went downhill. So normally, like the first 2 or 3 years of a campaign of the change of office, they're correcting what happened with the last administration, and that's what we having right now. People talking about the economy went bad when Biden got in office. No, it went bad before we went in office, before he went into office, and we still digging a hole out. One reason because Trump lied about the pandemic. He denied it. And then here's something else. We just recently found out in the middle of the pandemic, he told us we ran out of supplies, but he sent supplies to Russia instead of having the supplies for ourselves. Now, I understand if we got extra supplies, that's fine. But if, like, you taking food out of our house to put in somebody else's house, and that's what he did with the COVID equipment, he sent it to Russia, provided for them instead of providing for ourselves. He denied COVID until he was rushed to the hospital and he thought he was about to check out. He was scared and nervous, and uh, he did make it. But other than that, he was like, "Oh, it's only the flu." But at the same time, when he was in the hospital, he was like, "Oh," he was scared. But then when he came out, when he was doing better, he was like, "Oh, it wasn't nothing but like the flu." Starting that rumor again. No, too many people have lost their lives during that time. So it's not a lot like it's a flu, it's killing folks. And that irk me more than anything when people say, "Oh, COVID ain't nothing but like the flu." I ended up getting it, but it wasn't that bad. It affected everybody differently because everybody don't have the same health. Radio said a lot of people think Trump is a shit. I mean, shoot, it's a genius businessman, but won't believe his companies went bankrupt 6 times. Exactly. Um, won't believe it because excuse me, you up here bankrupts a casino. I don't know how you did that one, but you bankrupt a casino. Um, then you all the business, the scam you was running with your school that actually why you cannot do business in New York anymore because you was telling people you had the school and the degree wasn't worth the paper it was reading on. So yeah, that's bankruptcy 6 times. That's a lot. That's a lot. You need to change your frame of thought because you ain't doing right. A lot of time people file bankruptcies because they owe people money. To keep them from getting the money, they file bankruptcy. So that's what Trump did. Then I've seen a video mm, during early voting where the sister that uh, they denied renting the apartment to, the reason why he was sued, she went to vote and she was telling her story about it. That she was the one that Trump denied to rent an apartment to, and how they did it, they put on the application if they was black, they put a big C on the application, meaning color, and they automatically denied them. So they told her they didn't have no apartments available. So she filed the complaint, and they immediately sent the white couple in there, like a couple of days later. White couple go in there and they was immediately approved. That's why Trump got sued for not renting his apartments to black people. Him and his dad got sued for that because of that. So fair housing is a true thing. It should be fair housing for everyone. Now, once again, when we talk about fair housing, uh, felons and stuff like that, Trump have all these felons. I don't think he need to live up in the White House. Then on top of that, the charges of all the files that he actually stole, and once they asked for them back, he refused to give them back. So I'm like, hey, why are y'all giving this man another chance? It don't make sense. But once again, that's Trump. That's Trump. People have other motive, thinking he's going to help them do this and do that, and it's not going to work. Um, right now, Trump is at 201. Harris is at 90. So it's uh, it's going to be close. Look like Cruz is beating outright. Already, look like in all of the most of the district that they're fighting in. So look like Cruz going to stay in the Senate, um, which he shouldn't. But hey, that's what we have to deal with because all the polls I'm looking at now look like Cruz is winning in all of them, and that's in different counties he winning. But why do working class people vote Republican? I can never understand that. I'm like this. We had a right to vote for who we feel that is best for us. Sometimes I think people vote for the money because when you talk about giving tax break to the richest, that's going to make a difference. Because the rich, if we have the same opportunity to save money, well, guess what? Some of us are smart enough to put that extra money to start up our own business. And as we start up our own business, now we're in competition with the rich. They don't want that. So it's some people they just it's about greed. It's about greed because if you are fair about it, it shouldn't make a difference. Um, you have to vote for what's right. Some people is in love with the money and not in love with the Lord. So when they do that, of course they're gonna want to vote what's gonna save them money or what they feel like gonna make them more money. I like Mark Cuban because Mark Cuban. I was watching a, a video of when he was on Whoop It M show. Um, um, he was on there and he voted for Trump the first time, but this time he said no. He didn't vote for him. At least that's what he said he did. He didn't vote for him because he was like, "This man is crazy." In so many words, that's what he said. He's crazy. He's all about himself. I don't agree with what he's saying or what he's talking about doing. So that's why a lot of people have uh, all billionaires are not voting for Trump. At least some of them saying they not, but we don't know what a person may do in the polling booth. So, um, so that's how they'll trickle down. The economics have never worked, but people still support it. Exactly. Um, in Pennsylvania, Trump is leading 51% to 48%. Um, so, uh, hold on, cause they got different number. Oh, that's a different county. Um, so it's close, but it's kind of still shaky. It's still shaky. So they're still trying to get it worked out. So it's close. Trump at 48, Harris at 51.1. Um, in a different county. Where is this? Michigan. Trump is at 45.2, Harris at 53%. So right now she's winning by 116, almost 117,000 votes in Michigan. And so hopefully she win Michigan. Um, these other states, they have a lot of electoral votes that can put her up on top because it's going to be it's nerve wracking. I'm like, I probably should have got me a drink before I came home, but I'm sipping my water. Um, but yeah, it's in one county, Harris is winning 92.7 to Trump 5.9, and that's in Michigan. Just one county though. Um, in Wisconsin, it's close. Trump at 49.3, Harris at uh, I think she was at even 49. North Carolina, 50.7 for Trump, 47.9 for Harris. So it's hey, I'm gonna need a little bit something stronger than that. Said if Trump win, I might have to give me a bottle of Mad Dog. Ooh, that Mad Dog 2020. It's not gonna be good. So you gotta get way down deep low off in that bottle. But yeah, that's like they said, it may be a couple of days before we find out who win. But right now, we just waiting. Um, so hopefully it's not too late. Oh, excuse me. I ate some popcorn before I came on, and like it's stuck in my throat a little bit. Um, yeah, but that's still a lot of votes to be counted, and it's not good. But like, oh, excuse me, Harris did win Rhode Island. I'm sorry. The change of our weather have really done a number to me. Um, it was hot yesterday and cold today. Um, Speaking of violence, oh, excuse me, it was a guy went to the Capitol today to visit. Oh, excuse me, said he had a message or something for Congress or somewhere. But when he came in, the he was kind of stopped and looked around like he was nervous, and they told him he had to pull his jacket off his bag and run it through the X-ray machine, through the metal detector. And as they checked it, he had a couple of bottles of gasoline in his bag. They could smell it, and then he had a one of those lighter torch. So they immediately arrested him, and they stopped allowing people to visit the Capitol after that incident happened because of who knows what he was there for. But um, one thing about it is the fact that they did pay attention. They seen him, looked at his body language, and they stopped him before we had another January 6th to happen. Um, Unfortunately, Cruz have won his reelection. Uh, China 8 WFAA here in Dallas just announced it. Said that he did win his reelection. Um, and that's another thing I'm kind of curious about. Trump. It's amazing when he was in Pennsylvania and that young man um, attempted to assassinate Trump. He attempted to do it, and um, I have questions about that. I'm sorry, because when I seen it happen, I said, "No, some ain't smelling right about that situation." Um, but to get up after you was shot at or shot in the bullet grazed your ear, and you get up and you want to hold up a fist, something just don't sit right in my spirit about it. And then the guy that was at the golf course that had been out there for hours hiding in the bushes, and Secret Service just so happened seeing the rifle sticking out the bushes. But he been there for hours. Now, I don't know. You see a rifle sticking out the bushes, that's a threat. I always thought if it's a threat, Secret Service is supposed to handle that threat. Instead, they gave chase. The guy was able to get in his car, run away from them, get in his car, and get stopped down the road. Something just seemed kind of fishy about that. Now, maybe that's just me. I don't know. Um, Some just don't sit right in my spirit about it. And I'm like, two? Mm-mm. And to get grace in your ear, you mean it? I don't know. It just seemed kind of shady. I'm just saying, because something just ain't right. Sometimes people do stuff to make people feel sorry for them. And unfortunately, that's the times that we live in. People try to make people feel sorry and all of that. Now, my whole thing when January 6th happened, I'm like, hey, y'all, this dude told them we're gonna march down there to make them um for they won't certified, and was telling Mike Pence about he need to stand up and be a man and all of this. And I'm like, look, and then for Mike Pence to come out and say he's not voting for Trump nor for Kamala Harris. What you mean you're not voting for them? See, people got to separate that. You know that fool is crazy. Why are you not voting? The man try to kill you, and you saying you're not gonna vote? You should want to vote. Make sure you don't get back in. And even Ted Cruz, it came out in the debate he had against Colin Allred when Allred told him, "Well, you was hiding in the closet, in the custodian closet." So I feel like the people when they came in, they didn't care who you were. If they would have seen them, they would have been like, "Hey, um, Trump is at 210, Harris is at 91." um, Something gotta happen. That's all I can say. 210 to 91. Um, that's a long way off. I think sound like to me either some people was on that bandwagon and they talked a good game, but they didn't vote like they talk, or they didn't vote at all. And unfortunately, some people do that. Your word is your bond. You gotta keep your word. um, where is this at? House 34. Oh, that's Virginia. Um, yeah, so votes still coming in, but I still have faith. I have faith that something gonna give, and they still have to count those 3,000 votes. I think they have until the 8th to count them, to get them back in Georgia. So it just kind of up in the air right now. So hopefully we can pull it off and get some fresh blood in there. A lot of people blame um, Vice President Harris on the last 4 years, but she the vice president. She wasn't the president. There's only so much she can do. Oh, Florida didn't get the weed vote. Um, yeah, that's because it's easy money. Because I've seen a lot of police departments, not all of them, but a lot of them will say this is a loophole. Some of these policemen do, not all of them, but some of them. Um, they would actually go if they pull over a car and they don't have a reason to pull them over. First thing they'll do is say, "Have you been smoking weed? I smell marijuana in the car," and they won't get him the rights to search the car. Um, I seen a video. I think it happened earlier this year. A pastor in Florida um, was driving to his mom's house. Just left his church, driving to his mom's house, and the police pulled them over and said that he smelled weed in the car. So then they wanted to search the car. So the guys went live on it and telling them this is not right. I don't do drugs or anything like that. I'm a pastor. I don't do drugs. But because he was driving a nice car, that's what the cop did, was pulled them over. And that happened in Florida. And when they searched the car, they didn't find anything. Didn't find anything. So when the pastor went live on Facebook, he actually um, told people that was watching uh, to share this out, let people know what's going on in case anything happened to him, which is crazy. It been legal there for 6 years. I don't know why they won't make it legal. See, we did a story a couple of years ago. Um, well, back before we took some time off. The only reason um, why marijuana is illegal in Texas, and it in other states probably did it too. Once, once Texas did it. Oh, excuse me. Hold on. Because back in the days when Hispanic was coming over to Texas, they used marijuana for medical purpose. Well, one person lied and said that they needed to ban marijuana because it gave their women gave them encouragement to be able to fleet with black men without a race. So, in order for them to do it, that's the lie that was told. That's why they made marijuana illegal. So now all these states um, are trying to make them legal, but they don't want to for the simple fact that if they make it legal, it's going to hit their pockets because you can't arrest people for having a small amount of weed or anything like that. Um, some counties, like for instance, Dallas County, I think it have to be over 2 ounces or something before they arrest you. Other than that, they won't do anything to you. They'll keep it or destroy it or whatever. But it's a lot of people been in jail for small amount of weed, which is it's wrong. So it's to me, it's all about a money game. I know I talked about the pastor in Florida, but I know somebody personally here locally that was pulled over in a small city in Texas, and the cop said he smelled marijuana and needed to check his vehicle, and he told him you could check it, but there's none in there. I don't smoke weed. I don't do drugs, and of course they checked, didn't find anything. So that's a loophole where police can use that to give a probable cause to search your vehicle and hopefully they can find something else. So that's why a lot of states would not legalize it, especially Texas. I've always said it should be legalized. Casinos should be legalized because why are we spending um, all our money going to other states surrounding us? I remember years ago, a former mayor in Dallas. I was at the casino in Louisiana, And he walked through. I spoke to him and he said, yeah, I'm just looking at all our tax dollars down here. Um, they should be in Texas. We shouldn't be bringing our money to the states. But the governor would never make it legal. Now, we do have one casino uh, down near the border, um, but it's right on the border. And they don't really talk about it. But other than that, Texas don't have no casino. It's mostly, I think, part of a city in Texas, but it's right on the border, which it should be more um, casinos in Texas. Um, we should. They've talked about it several times, but never had them. Down in Eagle Pass is where I'm talking about, and I guess they have another one in Livingston, Texas, which is probably near somewhere out south somewhere. Uh, they say it's one out there too. So I don't know. But they should have it located in the big cities, um, Dallas or um, somewhere close by. And then I know they building it's a resort. They're in the process of building north of Dallas that is close by the Oklahoma border. And I believe they probably working on getting them there. But a lot of things we should be able to do to give it a break, um, because that'll bring a lot of income in. One thing that our governor is trying to do um, is trying to do charter schools instead of having public school, and they're intentionally trying to sabotage the public school. And I feel like with the charter schools, I don't know if it's good or bad, but if it's one of those things where, because some cities now are doing it, some school districts are doing it. If a child cannot afford a lunch, they basically making up something. Uh, get them some beans or a half a sandwich or something. Some of the stuff they was talking about, I'm like, damn, that's kind of hard up. But you mean to tell me that you cannot afford to pay to give free foods to these kids? Um, Sometimes that's the only meal they get. So it's rough for the school district. I know a lot of educators that spend their own money to actually help supply school supplies, and if they know a child that is in need, they also try to help them out as much as they can. That's why I feel like school teachers should get paid more money than what they do, or at least get reimbursed for the things they do, because a lot of them spend a lot of money, personal money, that they cannot get reimbursed for. So, but right now, I'm trying to see where we are on the numbers there at a commercial. So hopefully, um, hopefully the numbers have changed a lot for Harris, and I'm looking at a lot. I want to see this history made. Not only the first female president, but the first black female president. And I'm not supporting her just because she's black. I'm supporting her because she's a better choice. How Trump said against Hillary, you got you got the evil and the good, and I'm going for the good because the evil that Trump bring, I don't want no part of it. And I know some people may get offended because I don't support him, and that's okay. We have a choice to. That's the reason why we have the election, because we should vote for what's best for us and our household. And I feel like right now, Harris is the best choice. They have Trump at 53%, Harris at 46%. And that's in Texas. So Trump won Texas, which I'm not surprised of at all. And I don't, they haven't, oh, they have the regular news on now. So it may be a minute before I see the see the votes where they count, where the count is. So, but that's what's important to me. I should have been on here all along, because y'all know I always talk about get registered to vote. Make sure you vote, get your voice heard. But this last past year had been kind of rough, busy, just so much stuff going on, and I just have to get back to the swing of it. Um, so hopefully, um, we'll start by doing it more and trying to do more stuff. And also, like I said, I'm working on some things, um, trying to do some updates on some things that I actually, oh, excuse me, talked about in the past. This should not be closed. It's concerning how voters are overlooking everything Trump has said and done in the last 4 years. You're right. No way it should be this close. No way at all. Um, because I've heard Don Lemon. Um, he does this Don Lemon live at 5 or something on Instagram, and then he'll go out and talk with people in the public. And one of the things that he was asking different people who they were supporting, Trump or Harris, and then he asked them why. But then he come with the facts and say, well, this person said this and that or whatever. And some people, when it came down to Trump, they say, oh, he was just playing. He didn't say that. They turned that around. That was the media. And then when it comes to Harris, one thing that gets me, people don't like to do research. And I've said it before on the show, when people were saying, well, Harris, she put all these black men in jail for a small amount of weed. And I've said on the show in the past, well, first of all, if they was not in that position where she had to prosecute them, it wouldn't have been no story. But as we did the research, the it was way less black males that she actually put in jail. She actually had programs set up to give them the opportunity to change their life around instead of going to jail. So that's the myth that a lot of people say. What they run with, they hear a rumor and think it's true, and it's not. We have to get to the point where we need to research things and say, you know what? Um, I said back on the show, I was like, if she did put them in jail, why were they in that position to get arrested? Because if you're not doing whatever you went to jail for, it wouldn't happen. So you got to look at everything. It wasn't that she was targeting black men; she was doing her job. That's the job she was hired to do. You can't show favoritism. You got to treat everybody equal. And unfortunately, with the administration, if Trump wins, it's not going to be like that. That's like the first time he actually ran. When his campaign started, a lot of black folks was being attacked in his campaign. I remember somebody getting attacked. He told them, "Oh, don't worry about it. I'll bail you out. Get him out of here." While they was attacking the black Trump supporters. And when he realized blacks was showing up and actually supporting him, I never would actually support him, then they stopped it. But then it was not too long ago, I seen a video where this guy had on Trump hat, shirts, and all of this, and they was at a Trump rally. Other Trump supporter attacked him. Why would you want to be a part of something like that? Where because of the color of your skin can actually get you attacked. That don't make sense to me. Kind of like in uh, what was that at in Charlottesville when the Klansmen showed up. Trump said it was good people on both sides. Where? So some people don't think about none of that. Um, Radio said the conservative candidate in my riding won even after posting bigoted comments on his Facebook account and also spread Alice Jones conspiracy theory. Never seen this here in Canada. I know, I think y'all last election we had somebody that that blonde headed guy, I cannot remember his name, but I think he was saying he was supposedly be like Trump back then. And I'm like, man, it's not good. It's definitely not good. So we gotta do better. And if you truly want changes, you have to get registered to vote and vote. That's the only way change is gonna happen. I remember growing up as a child. Um, my late uncle, um, Robert Smith, called him Uncle Brother. Um, he was into politics quite a bit. And as a child, we would go out during election time. We'll put out flyers for candidates um, to support them. And that's what we did. Now, they don't do those type of stuff. They might mail some, they may not. Depends on what area you in. If they feel like they have a challenge on their hand, they'll definitely mail out flyers to you. But it was different back then when I was growing up. We used to go door to door, put flyers on every door in neighborhoods all over Dallas. So they don't they don't spend money if they feel like they're not being challenged. That's like Ted Cruz. He wasn't expecting for our red to give him a race like this, which was surprising to him. So it's actually um, he was nervous about it, but we need to make a change. We need to. Now I know some of my neighbors and some associates may not feel the way I do. That's your choice. You may not support the candidate I support. I may not support the one that you support. But at the end of the day, we still gonna be neighbors. Um, Not changing that because we're not selling our house. Not unless you sell your house. That's the only way we're not gonna be neighbors. Um, oh man, like I said, it's a new world. One thing I like about Watts, and I know he used to be a football coach. But I like the way he'll come out and he'll talk like a football coach. He like uh, he was talking about Trump and saying that everything come out of his mouth is a lie, and he had no problem with cussing. He's not extreme with it, but I think that's sometimes you got to match those energies because and um, stuff like this, it's if you don't semi match that energy, they're gonna feel like you weak, and you could do it in a way that will be good. I like Watts, and I feel like he'll make a great vice president. I feel like he would be one of those type tell somebody to go to hell and keep on going. Uh, so, so yeah, and that's like today. It came out from NBC, I believe, where Trump Trump then was said that they wasn't invited on Saturday Night Live, and said that that NBC um, violated the rights of him being able to come on the show. Once again, Trump lied because NBC put out a statement today saying no, he was invited several times. He refused to come on the show. So because he refused, we did nothing wrong. So that's who you want to deal with. Go ahead. He gonna continue lying just because if he make it to office again, um, he's not gonna be able to get his way out of it. And the first thing Trump people got to listen to keywords. One thing he said, when we get back in office, you would never have to vote again. And I think that flew over a lot of people's head. You would never have to vote again. Someone should ask, what exactly do you mean? I have my definition of it because it sounds like to me he's going to become a dictator. Uh, that's just me. I feel like he's going to become a dictator if he never have to vote again, where he can stay in office as long as he wants to. That's not how the Constitution is written. You got to follow the Constitution. But they trying to replace it with Project 2025. That's not good. Um, I had no problem with modern conservatism, but the conspiracy theory and misinformation these far right conservatives spread is dangerous. Yes, it is. It is. What I was saying earlier about South Carolina, um, or was that North Carolina? North Carolina, when they got hit by that hurricane and that flood, all the destruction that was done up there. um, this guy came up there. Um, I believe he was the one that actually carried a gun up and kind of made threats to FEMA. And this woman they interviewed, she was saying um, that FEMA, the rumor started that if you get help from FEMA, they're going to take your house from you. And this lady, she took it as if it was true, but it wasn't. Now, of course, they broke it down. Now, if you got help from FEMA and you got help from your insurance company, you cannot double dip. You will have to pay that money back to FEMA. You can't get both. It depends on the policy that you have on your house, because some insurance company cut you a check to help you survive right then. But if they cut you that check, you cannot get money from FEMA and money from your insurance. That's not how it works. Now, if you don't have insurance or your insurance company don't cut you that check or whatever to help you survive immediately, then you could get the money from FEMA. And they changed that lie around and said something completely different. And basically, that caused the problem. And people refuse to take the money. That's your choice. That's you. We trying to help you out, which is crazy that people would turn down help and you need help. And then the guy came up talking about um, his daughter had got money from FEMA and they tried to take her house or whatever. They said, no, all of that is fake. That's a lot of stuff that people feed into, but it's not real. It's not real at all. So, um, so that's crazy that they doing that. I'm trying to see if they updated the. Uh, they don't have the numbers on this one. I'm gonna have to switch the channel because this is a local channel, and they not putting it up like the other station was. Uh, at least they was going back and forth, showing the map and seeing where they are. Um, right now, Trump is Pennsylvania 51.1, and it changed that quick. Harris won Oregon, and so it's 153 to 211 now. All I can say to Trump supporter is be careful what you wish for. You might get it. Yeah, you might get it. That's why so many of his supporters have actually changed. Oh man, Michigan is real close. 49.6 for Trump, 49.5 for Harris. Um, Wisconsin 50.4% for Trump, 48 even percent for Harris. Pennsylvania 51, Harris 47.9. Yeah, that's not looking good. Um, yeah, you got to be careful what you ask for because a lot of people don't realize um, Trump will not. Um, he's not gonna do all the things he said he did. Think about what he did the first time. All those lies he told the first time, he didn't do half of the things. He didn't even do a quarter of the things that you thought was gonna happen. Um, and then when he ran for the election the first time, one thing Trump kept saying was he wanted to go to war. He wanted to go to war. And that's, I don't know anybody that's going to come in office say we want to go to war. Um, and if that's the case, that's just kind of crazy. Um, yeah, it's 51.1. Hold on, they switched it over. Um, trying to see. Are they doing it by the county now? Um, hopefully, um, she could pull it off. Georgia, Trump is winning 50.9%, 48.3%. Um, Maine, Harris is winning 51 to 46.7. And trying to see right now, and they keep going to the counties in Pennsylvania. They're like it's 19 electoral votes that is available in Pennsylvania. So, um, they keep switching back and forth from Biden and Trump and Harris, and they're going by the county. So it's kind of, I still have faith. Whatever happens, but I don't think it's going to be good if Trump win. That's just me. Um, a lot of people feel like it'll be better, but I personally don't think it will be. I think it's going to be hell to pay, and a lot of people not going to be happy with it. Um, so we just got to keep hope. She went in Delaware 60 percent to 39%. So in New Mexico, she went in at 52 to 46. So hopefully she could pull it out because I want to see this history made. I remember when President Obama won, which was um, it was actually a a great time. The first time he won, it was a great time both times, but at the same time, to be alive and to witness that was just wonderful. Um, and so that was pretty good on that part. And I was at church that night when he won. So I'm still trying to see. It's still 211 to 153. So if who knows, probably show it again, and next thing you know, it done switched up. Um, I'ma still keep faith that she gonna win. Arizona is close, 49.6 to Trump, 49.5 for Harris. Um, so that's real close. Connecticut, Harris 54%, Trump 44.4. So it's still a possibility. Um, anything can happen. Yeah, he's. I feel like he will lose the popular vote. Um, I just wished people got out and vote. I never wait until the last minute to vote. I like to get there, do early voting, and go from there. Um, and if I can vote early, I'm gonna definitely do it. Is that just one county in Minnesota? They like Trump winning 61% in Minnesota to something. Uh, yeah, so I don't know. It's looking kind of crazy, but you never know what might happen. Um, so, okay. So, Radio, what are some of the things that y'all candidates are doing? I know one thing you had told me before that um, if an elected official come into office and don't do what they say, they will vote. They will make them leave office. Do y'all still have that law to do up in Canada, or have they changed that? How did that work? 'Cause I know you said it was one guy. He came in the office and he started doing his own thing instead of what he got elected to do, and they removed him. So is the law still the same up in Canada? I wish they had it here in America because there's a lot of people that wouldn't be in office. Um, and it's Harris is winning in Washington 59.2 to 38.3. Um, so it's still a chance. Even I think even if he won Pennsylvania, she still have a good chance. Um, because now it's 34 minutes before the next polls close, which would be on the West Coast. Um, well, they might. It's 8:26 there. They may already be closed. I don't know if they close at 9 or 8 o'clock. But um, if their poll numbers are bad, the opposing party can force a no confidence vote. So an election will be called. Okay. Um, Trying to see. So they still have Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Said it's too early to call for them. So those are the states they waiting for. Said it's too early to call. So you never know. They might get to a point and a million votes may be for Harris and change it. Mess around and new numbers come in and be like, wait a minute now. Is she on top or something? Who knows? So it's just yeah, trying to see what's what. Then in Georgia, they still had those 3,000 absentee ballots they have to count when they come back in. And they said that I want to say they said the 8th when they'll get that back in. They have to be in by the 8th, which is crazy because they had to overnight the ballots to the people, which costs a lot of money. 'Cause I think to overnight is like $30 to overnight, and you talking about 3,000 that you have to overnight. That's not good. Um, that's a lot of money. Um, that's a whole bunch of money. So you talking about $90,000 that you have to spend just to mail out the ballots instead of sending them out 180 days like they should have gone out. Well, actually, Georgia changed the law. Instead of sending them out 180 days ahead, you had to go. They changed it, I think, to half of that, like 75 or something like that, uh, days before the election. Got to give people more time. Then we have the fact that I believe it was in a couple of states where they set the mail-in ballot box on fire. Now I think it was one state on the East Coast. They put it where if somebody try to set it on fire, it'll put the fire out right away. It won't allow time to burn. So that's um I don't know why the rest of them didn't have it. The two that was burned, I believe it was two boxes that was burned somewhere on the West Coast or the Midwest or something. But it seemed like it should have been some type of way to protect those ballots to make sure nobody don't try to set it on fire and it end up destroying the ballots. So with those ballots that was destroyed, okay, Harris is winning Michigan 49.4 to 48.8. I think she was losing last time. So it's definitely going up. Um, then also, if Trump put these ridiculous, oh yeah, um, yeah, that's what that's what people been trying to explain to people that when you talk about the taxes on goods coming into the America, and I was watching this video, I want to say it was yesterday. This guy, um, he was talking. One guy was trying to explain it to him. I think the guy owned a T-shirt business where the T-shirts came from China, and the guy said, Well, look, let me break it down to you like this. If Trump is going to add a higher tax rate on these products coming from other countries, um, are you still going to sell your shirt for such and such, say $20? And he said, no. Well, he said, well, yeah, I will. He said, but it's going to cost you more because you're going to have to pay those taxes because the shipper is going to pass those taxes down to you. And he said, oh, he do that, I'm gonna just have to raise my price. Exactly. That's why it's gonna cost us more money. That's why it's not a good thing. And as I think about it, how um, you see all these Temu ads and stuff like that, they have a lot of stuff on there cheap. I would never buy it, but they have a lot of stuff on there cheap. And guess what? The price is not going to continue to being cheap because if most of their stuff coming from China, stuff like that. And if Trump get into office, well, guess what? They're gonna pass the price on down to you, um, and that's where the problem is. Uh, like Trump won North Carolina, so trying to see where the numbers at now. They haven't updated on CNN yet, but Trump won North Carolina. Yeah, so that's gonna be the difference. It's the fact that um, it's going to cause prices to go high. Now, this is one thing I heard Mark Cuban talk about. Mark Cuban actually said when Trump was in office before, Putin called Trump, said, hey, no, Trump called Putin and asked him to stop producing fuel, gas. That's why gas prices went up because the oil company was like, hey, if we keep producing this gas, we're gonna start losing money. Gas prices make a lot of money. Gas companies make a lot of money. I'm not mad at the hustle, but still, don't take advantage of us. Hell, this folks struggling to get gas, so don't take advantage of us just to make your pocket bigger. And since Canada is the biggest trade partner in the U.S., it will send our economy into a recession. Exactly. We went through one um, when President Obama took office. We was in one. He brought us out of that, and I want to say we went through one during the pandemic, which that's the reason why the stimulus check came out. And people happy about $1,200. That ain't nothing. Hell, apartments here cost way more than that because a one bedroom apartment here um, may cost you anywhere between $1,200 to $1,800 a month. 1,200 ain't nothing. We have some of the highest apartment rates going on around here. If you get a, if you can afford a two bedroom in a nice area for an apartment, it's like you paying a mortgage on a house. That 12 to 1,800 is high. You could get a house for that price. Well, you used to be able to, but because of our housing market is jacked up, you can't do that no more. But you could get something that at least you paying your money into, and it's yours. It will be yours. So you just have to keep going. So um, I'm trying to see the numbers. They still have it at 211, 153. I see they still have North Carolina as a crucial uh, battleground. They haven't changed the numbers yet. So hopefully, they saying it's too early to call, but I got a message a while ago said they did call it for North Carolina. Um, so I don't know. Right now, Trump beating Michigan 51 to 47.2. Harris beating in Minnesota 55.2, 42.6. And that's another thing. Trump don't want unions. Which he was saying that he would stop unions, which is crazy. I'm like, really? That's very crazy. During COVID, gas prices was low because not as many people were driving because of the lockdown. But Trump supporters think Trump great leadership was the reason. It wasn't, because once people start getting back in there, start back driving, the prices shot up. They shot up. At one point, um, I think for regular gas was like almost $4. Some places it was higher than that. Now for big truck diesel, I think because I have a lot of friends that still drive, they was talking about gas prices was like $6, $7 a gallon in Texas. Not I know in California and stuff like that, they were much higher, but that's a high price, and they really wasn't paying much on the rates. And that's hard within itself, because truck drivers are the last ones to see a profit. They out there working, staying away from their family, trying to make a living, but they don't pay them a fair rate. I know here in Texas, because I drove trucks and I also used to be a broker. So I know how that game play. A lot of brokers would try to make more money than a truck. You should never make more money than a truck. Never should make more money than that truck. Because say for instance, if a load is paying $1,000 to the truck and you making $1,500 for the broker, well, guess what? That truck have more expenses than you. If that truck have a blowout, one tire to have somebody come out there to service, change that flat and all of that, that one tire is gonna cost that truck about 1,200. Depends on how far that roadside service have to travel. It's gonna cost about 400. And when roadside come out, they come out with um you pay them for round trip. So it's not like, oh, um, you paying them for round trip, no matter how far it is. And I think back then they was charging like $2 a mile or something. And I'm like, man, um, so I'm like, that's not good. So you got to look at it like that. And truck drivers, it, it's it's a lot to stay out on the road, being away from your family. Then you're not getting paid a fair share, and then you try to come back and um, okay, they just called North Carolina, so I think that'll put Trump at 227. Yeah, 227 and 153. Um, which is still a long way to go. Um, still a long way to go. So hopefully she can pull it off and uh, go with it like that. So I don't know. Some people I don't understand. They feel like a woman cannot run the world and the America, but I feel like they can. A lot of women have been in charge, and to be honest, I think James said it the best. This is a man's world, but it means nothing without a woman. And um, So that's crazy. Yeah, you're right on that. Some of them do. Just like some people just don't care. Uh, they don't care. It, I'm like, hey, it's your choice who you vote for. Um, um, it's your choice whoever they vote for, um, but it's also when things get bad, it's not gonna be good. I don't understand it. You have somebody who stole um, classified files from the White House, didn't want to give them back when they asked them about it. Um, all these things, I just don't understand it. But hey, everybody have a voice. It's your choice on what you do, and um, so it's kind of crazy. Trump is winning Michigan 51.3 to 46.9. The way it's going, because looking at it, look like it may be called tonight, but I don't know for sure. Um, hopefully, we can. She could pull it out. 58% in Nebraska, Trump winning 54.3 to 44.1. Harris winning New Hampshire 52% to 47.2. Um, let me see if I can. I cannot hear what they saying. See if I can put um, closed capture on there if I could at least read what they're saying. I don't know. Let's see. Okay. Now maybe I can understand what they're saying now because I was kind of lost trying to read the lips. Uh, it still didn't come up. Um, yeah, but it's we still got a long way to go. That's all I can say. Have a long way to go and a short time to get there. I know CNN. I probably can't see it, but all the stuff they got on the board. Um, right now in the keys race in the closest contest, they have Trump winning majority of them. I think Harris is winning three out of three, six out of eight. So I don't know. Now my question is, what about these other votes that haven't been counted yet, like out of Georgia, because they got to give people time to send them by. The GOP is like WWE. People find it entertaining, I guess. I guess so. But when the economy go bad, don't blame nobody but yourself. Blame yourself because it's gonna be some trying times. And I pray that we don't hit another pandemic because with a pandemic that won't be good at all. Um, but who knows? We still got a long way to go. Not sure how long this is gonna last, but we have pretty good ways to go. The next poll is supposed to close in 14 minutes. So we'll see how that go. But yeah, it's crazy the mind thought of some people. Some people think being a bully is a good thing. It's not, because you still have to live yourself. You have to sleep at night, and some people probably sleep good by being a bully. I'm just not one of those people. Um, then on top of that, some of the phrases they would use, "Make America Great Again." When was America ever great? Um, I'm just asking. Great. When I say when was it ever great, I'm talking about as um, for black and minorities. When was it ever great? Because they haven't always been great. Um, then on top of that, um, we still wouldn't have senseless killing going on. We wouldn't have people that is doing certain things. Um, polls close at 9. They got Trump at 50.7. Um, Georgia 50.8. And see, I'm curious about the Georgia because they still saying it's 3,000 votes that haven't been mailed in yet. I have investment if the orange clown tanks the economy, I'll be affected. I would too. Arizona 49.8 to 49.3. And and then Trump, he made a comment last last week, I think. He was saying that they had a way. He's not. Someone asked the question: if you lose this, um, how are you going to accept it? He said, "Yeah, I'm going to accept it because the person that certified him, um, he got a plan or something." See, a lot of this stuff is shady. What he say, it's crazy. Um, so who knows? They probably. I don't know because I don't deal with conspiracy, but um, it's just one of those situations where we don't know where we're gonna be. Um, I know it won't be good for everybody. I just say that it won't be good for everybody. And when it's all said and done, who knows which direction this may go, where it may send us. Regardless of who win, we still don't know what we're gonna get, but we see exactly what Trump planning on doing. That's just me. We see it because he said itself. Uh, Project 2025 is going to be put into order first day he's in office. And then he denied he had anything to do with it. And also talking about the fact that people would never have to vote again. And we did a show on this because Miss Risk is a history major. She actually brought up. We did a show. The Constitution supposed to be updated like every so often. I forgot how many years she said. Uh, Hold on, we got a call coming in. Radio chaos. Oh, radio. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail. What's up, radio?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, and you?
I gotta be honest, man. I'm kind of freaking out here.
Hey, join the party, cause it's crazy. It's crazy, but it's so close, and we don't know what's gonna
Well,
happen.
I guess the thing is, like, both of us follow politics pretty closely, right? And I try to explain to people like, hey, this is a big deal.
Yeah.
This could affect not just the U.S., but like us up here in Canada, people in Europe. This is not good.
No, it's not. It's not, because what's going to happen, people going to say going to see the way that Trump had been, and they're going to start doing it. Feel like people going to go for it, and it's not good. It's definitely
I don't
not
know.
good.
It's just baffling to me.
It's baffling to a lot of us, because we're like, look, we need to be able to have uh, have peace. We have
Yeah.
this system in place to elect who we feel like will be great to lead us, but unfortunately, I think the wrong person may win. Right now, it's 227 to 165. So
Oh man.
yeah, that's why I said I probably should have got me a night flow drink before I came in here, because I'm like, man, and my wife is not home where she could bring me something, because uh, I'm like, look, this will make a person have a drink or two, but who knows what might happen? It's still a chance she could pull it off. Um, we just have to wait and see. Have to wait and see.
It's kind of funny. Like I have a friend, and he moved out to a rural part of BC here. Where the province I'm in. And this guy never followed politics, nothing. And then all of a sudden, I get a phone call from the guy, and I guess he's been hanging around with a bunch of conspiracy theorists and all this stuff, and he's just changed. He basically, is telling me that we should just get rid of the government altogether and just, govern ourselves. And you're sitting there listening to it going, okay, like you can't be serious about this, right? And I could really see like the anger in the guy, and he's just changed. And it's kind of like people have gotten in their heads like, no, this is the way we should go. Like we should just get rid of, the establishment as we know it because we don't like it. And we should just, go down this crazy road. And I'm like, wow, how did you get like this?
Yep. And see, I heard today part of 2025 is talking about how the federal government control our banking system, but
Yeah.
they want to remove that and have control of all of our money.
Well, did you see that? What's that idiot, Kevin Roberts? He was the head of the Heritage Foundation. And I remember when he made that comment back in the summer when he goes, we are in the midst of a second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it. The hair on the back of my neck stood up when he said that.
Mm. Yeah, that's crazy. I think I personally feel like we finna go down a dark road, regardless of who win. Cause if Harris win, I feel like we'll see another January 6th.
Yeah.
If Trump win, they're gonna activate that Project 2025, and it's gonna take us down a road we don't want to go down, that we should never have to go down. And
Well, it's funny. History repeats itself, and unfortunately, when Hitler was coming to power, a lot of people said the same thing about Hitler, like, he's just a loudmouth, like, don't take him seriously. He's just, and then the crash of 29 happened, and the economy, went down in Germany, and people just seem like they just turn to these strong men, and they just put their faith in them, and they just blindly vote for these people, and it seems like it's happening again here.
as history repeat itself. But I think with
Yeah.
this right here, it's a very scary time, because I've been paying attention. I don't think a lot of people been paying attention to this part,
No.
where Trump is secretly talking with Putin, and Putin and I've, John, whatever his name is, they coming together to work together to fight over in the war. And I'm like, it's something shady about that. Because I personally feel like that if Harris win, I think something is going to happen. Because matter of fact, they just test a damn, it's 230 to 165 now. Trump just won Nebraska. Um,
Yeah, that's expected.
so China just I think it was China, whoever Putin is in bed with, they um, they just tested a missile that can make it to the deep into the United States,
Hmm.
and I'm like,
Yeah, no, it's just I don't get it. Like, and it's funny. Like that friend of mine I told you about. Like when you try to talk to them logically, they just they it's like they've made up their minds, and it's like, no, this is what we want, and this is a road we should go down. You're just like, man, you're just not even thinking. It's not even about policy, really. It's not about really disagreeing on policy. It's like, really, do you really want to go down that road?
and some people they just had their mind made up. It's easy to brainwash certain folks, and Trump
Oh
is
yeah,
good at that because he'll say certain things that people are going through, and turn around and he'll say those things and get them ticked off and make them believe it. That's kind of like, for instance, um, at my job, one of my coworkers had
mm-hmm.
seen me wearing a mask. Now, take it, I'm a lot of people in there coughing, nobody wearing a mask, but I'm wearing one. So
Yeah, yeah,
they came to me and they was like, "Why you wearing a mask?" Because first of all, because it's my rights. I want to. I want to protect
yeah,
myself. Want to
yeah.
protect my family. And they was like, "Oh, COVID ain't nothing but the flu." Talking about me and my husband and my daughter, they had it. We all had it, and it was like a flu. I said, "Well, it affected everybody a little bit different." Then they had to come back and
Yeah.
say, "Yeah, my daughter did have it longer than us." Okay, it affected everybody different. I don't take a
Yeah.
chance because I know I just don't take a chance. Um, I don't want to mess around and get COVID and be laid up on a ventilator or anything like that. So I'm like, no, I'm not taking that chance. But you can, but I can't. And
Yeah.
don't question me about what I'm doing to protect myself as well as protecting you. Now I will.
Well, what do you? Yeah, what they've done, they've turned it into a culture war. It's not about politics. It's a culture war.
Yeah, yeah, that's
You
all it
know,
is.
and what I find is it's kind of like when you give a dog a biscuit and it gets all happy, and that's what Trump is to these people. Like he'll call somebody a loser on the other side, and it's his supporters. They get like a dopamine rush out of it. That's all they're looking for. Is, oh, look what he's doing. He's really handing it to the other side. It's like, well, do you realize nothing's getting done though?
Exactly.
Like none of the issues you care about, like affording a house. And I understand that Trump supporters, they want to be able to afford a house. They want to be able to raise their families and put money in the bank. But you're not. You're going for a guy that's just calling somebody a loser, and that's where you're getting your dopamine rush from, and that's what you're getting caught up in. That's what it seems like to me, anyway.
Yeah, most definitely. And I'm like this. You support whoever you want to support. That's your choice. I'm gonna support who I feel that is best for me and my family. But some people just right out, they feel like Trump is the best thing since sliced bread. And unfortunately it's not. And because of that, it's no I don't even argue with folks. I don't even try not to even talk politics with folks. Cause
Yeah, no, you know what? There's no point because it's just if you can't agree on facts, then you can't debate, right?
Yeah.
It's over.
And see, like one of the things that I've been struggling with, I've been paying attention to it, what been going on, but I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna um, get on there and talk about it because people have their minds made up. They're gonna vote
Yeah.
who they want to vote for, or they not gonna vote at all. And that's like when you text me earlier today. I was like, yeah, I was just thinking about if I should do a show tonight, and I was like, because I feel like I did an injustice to people because I'm always talking about make sure you get out and vote, get registered to
Yeah.
vote, and I didn't do any of that. Um, I was putting stuff on social media, but I wasn't. It's different putting stuff out, and it's different when you actually able to let your voice be heard. Reason why you feel like people need to get registered and stuff like that, encouraging people to get registered. But it's um, it's just crazy. We're in some trying times, and I'm
Oh,
sure.
it's just, you know what? I'm really concerned, man. I really am, and I'll tell you something else too. Like a lot of the countries in Europe, they're really concerned too because they're looking at this, and leading up to the election here, a lot of people, a lot of commentators, in Britain, all over, are just going. I am baffled that this guy was allowed to run again. I
I
don't like how can that happen?
I don't understand it. And what's going to happen after this? What's going to happen is people coming behind them. They're going to come behind them just like that. They're going to have that same
Yeah,
attitude.
and I hear a lot of people going, "Oh, the Project 2025 thing." He said he doesn't know. He doesn't endorse it. I'm going, okay, then why did they write it? Why did they go to all that trouble to put this thing out?
Yeah.
It was the same. Remember when David Duke back in 2016
Oh,
endorsed his campaign? He does the same thing every time. He just goes, "Oh, I don't know who the guy is."
yeah.
That he's so stupid. He can't even come up with a valid reason, right? And for any other politician, I'm sure Mitt Romney, if he was running and David Duke endorsed his campaign, Mitt Romney would have come out and said, "No, I absolutely do not want this guy's endorsement." But Trump, he couldn't care less. He just wants your vote.
So,
It's like, oh well, white supremacists are going to support me. Yeah, fine, they vote.
and that's why it was good people on both sides in Charlottesville, according to Trump, instead of denouncing the Klansmen when they came up there, ran the woman over with the car and causing
Yeah.
problems up there. But see, people quick to forget about those things. Um, Harris did come up a little bit. She just won. I forgot what state it was, but she came up a little bit. But it's still close. It's still close. Um,
Well, yeah, she's got to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and if she loses Pennsylvania, it's pretty much over for her. Because it's got the most electoral votes for Pennsylvania. She has to win that one. It could come down, I remember, Biden, it took 3 days to count all the votes, and I think he won Georgia by 11,000 or whatever. So the margin, but I can't believe this because I thought he was finished when he tried to overturn the election.
he should have been.
I thought, okay, he's got to be done now. Nobody that's got, that is a reasonable person will vote for somebody like this. And here I'm watching it, I'm going, oh, wow.
Yeah, he should have been. It's 230 to 182 now. So
Oof.
yes,
But I told you it's come up here. Our conservative party up here used to be a very moderate conservative party. If they got in, I'd always vote against them because I'm not a conservative. But at the same time, I would go, okay, well, that's the way democracy works. But now, this last election we just had, they're doing the same tactics, the conspiracy theories. Some of the supporters are going, well, the election wasn't fair. And I'm trying to tell people, like, going, you can't have half the population. If we can't agree on facts anymore, then the society is going to suffer.
Yeah, yeah. It's always going to suffer. And it's sad that it's like that. But unfortunately, um, is this the time that we live in? People love drama instead of working together. Time had changed so much, which is crazy. And what this gonna
Well, like Mitt Romney, I wanted Obama to win, but I respected Mitt Romney. He came out when he lost, he conceded, and that's the way a democracy works. Sometimes you lose too, and John McCain, like, I didn't agree with his politics, but I respect the guy.
Yeah.
He was a conservative. He came out and he had his ethics behind him. And now this party is it's like it's off the rails.
And it's all because of Trump. Because even Trump called John McCain a loser for becoming a prisoner of war, like it was his choice.
Yeah. You know what I think happened? I think in 2016 when Trump came out and he started doing all that crazy talk. I remember, like, a lot of the establishment conservatives, they were going, oh no, well, I can't endorse. But I think what Trump did is he uncovered that the base was going to go along with this. And so then when it was apparent, like, the Republican base would support these crazy things, then they all jumped on board up with it. And as time's gone along, it's just gotten more dysfunctional.
Yeah, he tried it with President Obama when he first ran, and he realized he wasn't bright enough to challenge him. He tried it with his birth certificate. Well, if he was born in Hawaii, guess what? He's American.
Yeah, and then you see the hypocrisy. Cruz is running, and he wasn't born in the U.S. He was born in Canada. Nothing said. Like, all the support, all the conservatives didn't even mention that.
Exactly.
That's the hypocrisy of what's going on.
And even Greg Abbott talking about we need to keep Texas, Texas, as if Colin Albright is not from here. He's from Texas, and I'm like, really? Now, take it, Texas was the last state to free the slaves as well. That's a lot. So, are you trying to say you trying to keep Texas, Texas, that history, keeping slaves locked down, or what are you trying to do? And then he pushing to do charter schools, basically to make his friends money fatter, get these charter schools, but you want to make it against the law to teach the real history of America.
Yeah. Well, up here, the leader of our conservative party, like, he's doing the same. I'd say we're about 6 years behind you guys. Like, they're just kind of getting started here. And I'm really disappointed. I'm like, man, I did not want this crap to come up here. Like, it's just stupid. But people, I don't know, like, I think through social media, you've got a lot of YouTube channels that promote this stuff. They make a lot of money doing it. And if you want to sit and watch, like, content that reaffirms these conspiracy theories or misinformation, it's available to you now.
Yeah. And what was that guy that had the blonde hair that ran for office a couple of years back up in Canada? He was like a younger version of Donald Trump.
Well, I don't remember him. Like, basically, we've had Trudeau now for like 8 or close to 9 years, and you know what? With every politician up here, if you've been in office for like 8, 9 years, your time is done. But now on the conservative side, we have this guy named Polyev, and he's doing the Trump thing where he's just calling people losers, lying, conspiracy theories, but he's got no policy.
Like
And
Trump.
his poll numbers have risen up here. So we're going to have an election next year, and it's pretty much almost like certain that he's going to get in. But he's an idiot. He's running on a populist platform, and it's like, wow, this is a big change in Canadian politics. Because 4 years ago, we had an election here, and it was just a normal election. The guys would debate their policies back and forth. But this is a lazy way now to gain votes. I call it outrage politics. Just call the other side a bunch of idiots. And people, it's like throwing that dog a bone, and they just go, oh, yeah, that's great. See what I call them an idiot. So this is what we need. This is what's going to make the country better. And it's like, you do realize, like, they're not even telling you what their policies are, and you're going to vote for them.
And that's a scary thing, because if a person don't have a policy, how can you vote for them?
Yeah.
You need to know what you're getting into. That's like signing a blank check and you don't know what it's going to cost you.
Well, the province next to me is called Alberta. Well, that's basically our Texas.
Okay.
Up here, it's where all the oil fields, and it's gone really far right. In fact, the people there, they want to secede from Canada. That's the way they're talking. And they want a Second Amendment up here in Canada. This is the next thing they're trying to get going. Like, they want to get people, like, up here in Canada, you can own guns. You can't walk around with guns around up here. Like, you can't, walk around and you can use them for hunting or going to a shooting range. But we don't allow open carry or concealed carry up here. And now you're seeing that movement start to build momentum. And it's like, man, that is the last thing we need up here.
Yeah, I know for Texas, a lot of states have became open carry. But here's the kicker to it. It could be open carry, but some people choose not to carry open. Because if they see certain group of folks open carrying a gun, somebody gonna call the police, and they can put their life at risk, even though it's open carry state. That policeman come out there, oh, I seen this big black man. He had a gun and he reached for it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, no. I tell people, I'm like, look, if I was you, I would get a concealed weapon. You don't have to open carry. People shouldn't know that you carry. But some people open carry just for the hell of it, just to make it seem like they look bad or whatever. And I'm like, hey.
Well, the only good thing we have up here is our firearms are run by the federal government. It's not up to the provinces up here, so every province can't have their own gun laws, right? And if they were ever, which it's not going to happen, but if they ever were going to have guns for self-defense up here, it would have to go to a referendum, which means the whole country would have to vote on it, and it would never make it through. But I'm seeing people oh no, well, we need the Second Amendment so we can, like a Canadian version of it. It's like, yeah, you guys are the nutcases that you want a gun for power. You don't want a gun for self-defense. It's about power for you guys, right?
Yeah.
And if we had that come up here, it wouldn't be good. And that's a problem with, I got no problem with responsible gun owners. But it's the idiots, that are obsessed with firearms, like the Kyle Rittenhouses and all that. Those are the people you got to watch out for. And you're always going to have those in society.
Always. And I'm like, look, we need to revamp a whole bunch of things here in America, because things are getting out of hand and it's not going to be good. The end result is not going to be good. Unfortunately.
Well, the other thing too is a lot of people go the government's going to take everybody's guns away. That is impossible. You've got more guns than people down there. How are they going to take everybody's guns away? They can't.
That was one
There's so
reason why
many.
Trump got in before. He used that as part of his campaign. Oh, we won't
Yeah.
take your guns away, but Cricket Hillary want to take your guns away.
Yeah,
And
there's no way. Like even Obama said, he goes, I don't even have the resources as president to take anybody's guns away. He goes, do you know how hard it would be for me to take everybody's guns away? It's impossible.
exactly.
You know?
Because some
You
people,
know, that's what they do. They rule through fear, right?
and some people, they probably have them buried somewhere in case they need it. I'm like,
Yeah, could you imagine, like, you know, like police agencies having to go and serve warrants to take people's guns away? You couldn't do it. It's logistically impossible. Nobody, and the court cases that would come up over it, the courts would be so backed up with, it's impossible. I don't know why people think that's going to happen.
then on top of that, once the word get out, they taking people guns away. But right then and there, that's going to become a problem because when they show up at somebody else's house, they're going to come out shooting. You're not taking my guns.
Well, yeah, and then the police agents, that would be all they would do. They wouldn't be able to even, like...
fight crimes.
Yeah, fight crime. They'd be spending all their time doing that.
Yeah.
They couldn't, which would never, they wouldn't even put a dent in it. Like, what is it? How many guns you got floating around down there? Like 340 million of them?
It's probably more than that.
All those guns.
Oh, and then, you know, some people have had a ghost guns, which I haven't heard anything about them in a while. But from my understanding, they still getting made.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I don't know, but you know what? I think with the Trump supporters, I think you got your true believers, and then you've got your single issue voters, which you know your gun guys or your abortion people, you know the more fundamentalist religion. But I think a lot of the vote for Trump is like it's a protest vote against the establishment. I think in some way they know Trump is incompetent and he'll drive the government off a cliff, but they think if he drives the government off a cliff, out of the ashes, something better will come. And that's not the way you make positive change in your government, man. You got to vote for people, you know. And I understand you've only got two parties down there, and it's probably next to impossible to even start a third party down there because the amount of money it would take is just staggering.
Well, they have independent, but I don't think one independent did run. There was one guy that ran independent, then he jumped out. Golly, my mind just went blank. Golly, the Kennedy, he did run independent.
Oh yeah, oh God, that guy is like.
Then he felt
another one that Trump wants to give a job to.
Yeah, because he got out the race and started supporting Trump.
Yeah, RFK Jr. Yeah.
And I was like, all right. And they interviewed him, and they was talking about he don't like wearing shoes. I'm like, do we think he's the Von Erichs? Thought he was Kevin Von Erich or something.
Yeah, well, Trump's going to give him a position in his cabinet if he wins. It's like you're picking all the most unqualified people for these positions. You know?
That's why we're going to catch hell. That's why we're going to catch hell.
I'm worried, though, man. Like, I kind of thought, you know, with the Roe versus Wade being repealed a couple of years ago, I thought, you know, the vote would have been, a lot of women would have been going to the polls and just voting against them. And, I wasn't expecting a landslide, but I was thinking, yeah, he's going to, the Republicans are going to get their asses handed to them, for doing that. And it seems like they're not paying the price for it right now.
Well, I know at one point when Vice President Harris was announced her running of it when Biden said he wasn't going to do re-election. A lot of
Yeah.
women step up. Black women for Harris, white women for Harris, and black males for Harris, white males for Harris. I don't know why we had to put colors, but I'm like, hey, just support her. And if
Yeah.
everybody do their part in support, she should win. Um, it shouldn't be. I wasn't expecting it to be this close, but
No.
it's pretty close. Right now, Harris is winning Connecticut 53.9 to 44.4. I'm thinking she
Yeah.
had
Well,
been,
that's a state. That's a state like she's expected to win.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
she's going to win Maine. She's going to win. I don't. Well, she's got Vermont already. New Jersey, she's going to win. But it's it's Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. If she doesn't get those three, then it's she's got to make it up somewhere else. And then you got Nevada and Arizona. Oh yeah, and you got that other nutcase running in Arizona, that Kerry Lake.
who?
Kerry Lake, the one that the nutcase running for Senate, like she did the Trump thing. Remember, she ran for governor a couple of years ago.
Oh, okay.
She conceded that election.
Yeah.
And the funny part was she used to be a Democrat.
A lot of them do that. Like, it's a lady here. She's down in Harris County, which is Houston. She's a Democrat, but she's not supporting Colin Albright. She supported Cruz,
Yeah.
and I'm like,
It's
huh?
about power, man.
I'm like, wait a minute, how you're not going to support your own party? What's the motive behind that? Because you would think that you would support your own party, but you're not. That
Well,
defeating the
Trump used
purpose,
to be a Democrat.
huh? I
Yeah,
didn't.
Trump was what? Well, Trump used to be pro-abortion. He was pro-gun control, 20 years ago. And then he just switches 180 degrees and becomes a Republican.
Exactly.
Turns into what he is now.
I know years ago when I first started driving trucks, I used to go up to Chicago quite a bit. And going up there, um, Trump had a casino up there, a casino boat that actually sailed off. I liked it, but as I got older and got knowledge of what was going on, I'm like, you know what? I can't support that. I'm like, no. He put out an ad to kill the young black and Latino men of a crime they didn't even commit, but he wanted to
I
hang them.
remember that.
I was like, no, I can't stand behind that. But
Yeah.
as I got older and started paying attention, paying more to politicians, I'm saying, nope, can't support him. So, but hey, it's going to be a trying time. It's going to be interesting because we never know what's going to happen, what might happen, and right now we just waiting. We playing a waiting game. So hopefully, she could win the key states and get back in there. It's still 230 to 182, and they still haven't called New Jersey yet, but she's winning pretty good in New Jersey, 51.4 to 46.5. Winning New
Oh,
Mexico.
yeah, she's going to win New Jersey, no problem. That's a Democratic state.
Yeah. Trump winning
Yeah, she won
Pennsylvania.
Virginia. Yeah, I knew she'd win Virginia. That's a Democratic state, too.
Yeah. I like Virginia. I've been there a couple of times, and I like it. I kind of got a scare attack at one time. My wife and I went, and we was told we could go down to the shipyard and take a tour of the ship. So we stopped at the guard shack and asked the guy about it. Next thing we know, we see cars pulling up, and they tell me pull over and get out the car. And I'm like, what's going on? Talking about he seen
Oh
something.
wow, man.
Yeah, he talking about he seen something in the car that didn't look right. I'm like, huh?
What?
What you see the newspaper my wife reading? We were just told at the
Oh
local
wow.
restaurant we could come down and take a tour of the cruise. Y'all have a cruise we could take a tour of the ship. They were like, no, we don't do that no more. Okay, fine. We got
Oh
up out
wow.
of there. I was like, no, I can't do that one no more. But
Well, it's funny when I worked on the cruise ships. I spent most of my time in Florida. I was in Broward County down there. That's where I
okay,
spent the majority of my time. And I remember the first time I was down there. I was just walking around one day. It was like turnaround day for the ship, and I had a lot of free time. I only work like 3 hours a day on the ship being a musician, but when we were in port, I could get off the ship and walk around. So I go in this convenience store, just to get a soda, and I walk up to the counter, and the counter's like encased in bulletproof glass, and that little table you put it on, and it goes in, and so the guy can scan it, and you pay your money through it. And I'm kind of looking, I'm going, well, where do I put this thing? And he's just laughing at me. He goes, you're not from here, are you? And I go, no. And he goes, where are you from? I go, Canada. And he just starts laughing at me, right? He goes, yeah. I go, yeah, I'm not used to walking in stores with bulletproof glass in them and stuff like that, right? I'm just not used to it. But yeah, he was having a good laugh at me. He goes, yeah, well, down here things are a little bit different.
be like, welcome to America.
Yeah.
Cause we
I
have
go, where do I put this thing so you can scan it? He goes, you put it in a little on the table here, and then it goes. And I'm like, okay. He had a good laugh. He was like going, yeah, you ain't from here, are you?
yeah, we have a lot of stores like that in certain neighborhoods. It's like that. You just
Yeah.
can't have access. I've seen I don't know where this happened at, but it was a 7-Eleven, which a lot of times we have people that actually excuse me, they go into certain convenience stores like 7-Elevens and stuff, and they'll go in and just do smash and grab. Go in there and
Yeah. Yeah.
grab stuff out. And this guy was trying to lock the door. They pulled the door open even though it was locked, pulled it open, assaulted him, and just started grabbing stuff, lotto tickets, food, whatever they wanted. They just grabbed it and left. And I'm like, that's crazy. Now the
I
problem
know.
is they don't realize they actually gonna get caught. They will get
Yeah.
caught.
Yeah. Knocking over a convenience store, man. You're not going to retire on that.
Nah, nah. I
You're going
wouldn't
to get
do
what? A couple $100 at the most.
if that much. I
Yeah.
wouldn't do it no way because I love my freedom. So I'm like, no, I
Yeah,
can't.
that's why I never understand. Like, why bother knocking over a convenience store, man? If you're gonna rob something, like rob like $5 million or something. If you get away with it, then you can retire. $200.
But see, some people are so crazy. They do something like that, and then they turn around and start splurging. Be like, wait a minute, where all this money coming from? Yeah, be like, where is all this money coming from? You got all of a sudden. See that? I don't understand that. I,
No.
some
You
people
know what?
just
I would like. Yeah, I was raised like if you stole something, I always thought you would just go into jail. So as a kid, I never did any of that, like shoplifting or anything like that, because I was like, oh, I don't want to go to jail. So I never got into. I knew some kids that was growing up. They'd steal candy bars and stuff. I never did that because it was like it's not worth it.
no, I've never done that, but I know people that have done it. Like if one of my cousins come over or whatever, and we go to the grocery store and we get in the car, and all of a sudden they got some candy or something. My mom be like, "Where you get that candy from?" Oh, out the store. Wait a minute, did you pay for it? She'll tie that ass up and then make them go back in there and take it back and apologize. I'm like,
Yeah,
mm-mm.
yeah.
That scared me. I'm like, nope, I, I ain't getting no
Yeah,
whooping for
I was
that.
raised like, oh, you're going to jail if you steal anything, and that always stuck with me. And to this day, I never had the inkling to even try it, right? Because it's like I'm not throwing my life away to get what $50 or something like that. No way, man.
If that much.
Yeah, really,
Yeah.
man. I have enough. I have enough problems just making a living as it is. I don't need to go and try to make $50 and ruin my whole life over it. But I guess times are different now.
Yeah, everything. Everybody is different. Everybody want. Some people want to make a quick buck. I'm like, look, if I can't work for it, I don't need it. If I can't pay for it, I don't want it. Um,
Yeah, well, it looks like Trump has lived his whole life like he doesn't take responsibility. That's the other thing about that guy too, man. That guy, I've never seen him once take responsibility for anything. Like even just saying, "Hey, you know what? Maybe I could have made a better decision." He is incapable of admitting any kind of mistake, and you can't have a leader like that.
now, oh, I accidentally pushed the mute button. My bad, but it wasn't my fault. He'll say it wasn't his fault. It was loose. He was trying to
Yeah.
dust it
Well,
off.
remember when the hurricane was going through? It was going through Florida, and he tweeted out that it was heading towards Alabama, and the National Weather Service put out a statement saying, "No, the hurricane is not tracking into Alabama. It, so don't worry about it." And then I remember the next day. Remember, he got that map made up, and he took that Sharpie and he drew the line or the course for the hurricane going into Alabama. And I'm sitting there going, "You mean to tell me you couldn't even admit that you just got that wrong?"
Hey,
Like he couldn't. That's the thing about this guy. That's what makes him dangerous. Like even if he knows that he's wrong, he can't admit it.
yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. Um,
That's what's so dangerous about this dude. And then also too, you can see the mental decline in the guy.
yeah, because, and I mentioned this not too long ago. Um, Whenever Trump drink water, he have to hold it with both hands,
Yeah.
which is not good. Uh,
Well, I remember watching the debate in June, and I saw that Biden, like, it was like, oh my God, like, yeah, he's kind of gone too. Like,
yeah,
not like dementia gone or anything like that, but you could tell, like, okay, he's kind of gotten senile. He can't hold, he's having trouble, expressing himself. But it just shows you, like, I thought last year, like, he was going to do the one term and then he was going to let Harris run. Maybe that might be, if she does lose this election, the criticism will be, well, she didn't really have enough time to get the voters to know who she was. But really, compared to Trump, really? You mean to tell me you like
hmm,
her or Trump, and you're like, oh, I don't know who I'm going to vote for. Like, wow.
yeah. I don't see what the confusion is, and
Yeah, I know.
and that's kind of like Mitch McConnell. He should have stepped down when he was getting up there talking with the media and just freeze.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm like,
Well, that's why I said it's about power, man. It's not, these guys, they can't let go of power.
hmm, yeah, they need to let it go. And that's all I can
Yeah.
tell them. Let it go and do something else. Um, I'm trying to see where they at. Oh, it's still 230 to 182. Um, they still saying it's too early to call on some states, but
Oh,
that's
yeah, it's still going to be a while. Yeah. But, it's funny. Up here, we had a provincial election a couple of weeks ago. And the rules of our elections are you can only campaign for a month before the election. We
mm,
don't have these. Yeah, you can't raise like all this money and just campaign forever. And all the parties are capped at a certain amount of money. Like you can't every party works with the same amount of money from the donors. So, and also too, they don't spend these millions of dollars on campaigns up here because they don't want big money coming into campaigns because that's what kills it all.
Mm. Well, I'm kind of glad this will be over soon because
Oh man, it must be exhausting. All those commercials you have to go through down there. They must just run forever, huh?
okay, they just said Trump won Georgia.
Oh no, really?
Yeah,
Oh no. Well, then she's definitely got to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
he's at 246 to 182, and
If he wins one of those three, it's over.
yeah,
He has to win those three. Because she's going to win New Mexico, right?
I think she's look like she's. Well, I think they haven't said. If they showed it, I didn't see it.
But New Mexico is pretty much in the bag for that's a Democratic state. But Arizona, Nevada, if she would have, if she loses like Pennsylvania, she's done.
Trump is winning Arizona 49.9 to 49.2. She have Connecticut. It's still counting. It's too early to call. They have 48%.
Yeah, he's almost winning by 3 points in Pennsylvania right now.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's not going to be good.
I can't believe this. I can't believe it. And it's 88% of the vote is in.
And he's leading in Michigan.
50.8 to 48.1 for Harris.
Yeah, and he's winning in Michigan, 52% to 46.2. Minnesota, she's winning 51 to 46.8.
Yeah, she's going to take Minnesota, no problem. That's a Democratic state, but yeah, it's not looking good, man.
No, of course, New Hampshire. She
and this
should,
is going to affect me too, man. Like our trade minister came out, and our government has said, like, if he puts these ridiculous tariffs on things, this is it's going to screw us too, like bad.
Yeah, it's going to screw a lot of people.
And the problem with the tariffs is he doesn't need to go through Congress to get that passed. He can just sign that in an executive order. That's why he likes them.
And see, what he said, the first thing he's going to do once he get in office, he's going to fire the attorney general that actually brought charges up on him.
Yeah, he's leading her by 6 points in Michigan.
Yeah.
Now, it's only 50% of the vote in, though. So there's probably some, like Detroit and all that hasn't been counted yet, but man. But yeah, this is, like, I can't believe that, like, he said this out loud, that this is what he's going to do. And then with these Project 25 idiots, and a lot of people go, oh, yeah, don't worry about that. And so I'm going, what? I go, well, why are they out promoting it? And they're obviously, like, he knows about it. Like, people in his administration contributed to Project 2025.
Yep. I was looking at a video earlier today or yesterday where this guy, he used to work for the Heritage Foundation. And I think he wrote 900 pages report on it.
Yeah.
And nobody will admit that Trump knows about it. Trump was talking about it beforehand.
And the funny thing is, they showed a video of Trump speaking at the Heritage Foundation, like 6 months before. And he's going, I don't know any of these people. I don't know what's in there. It's like, and also, too, one of the big things with the Project 2025 is expanding the powers of the president. So you think Trump's not going to like that? Of course he will.
Exactly. It's making him a dictator. Now, I feel like they shouldn't be able to put it in there because that overrides the Constitution. And
yeah.
and I don't see how he can even get that approved to override the Constitution for what he wants. That don't make sense to me.
Well, and also too, they've got some like Christian fundamentalist stuff in there. Like they want to ban porn. Like, how are you going to ban porn? They're going to make it illegal, or what was the other thing they had in there? Like same-sex marriage. Like they want to ban that. It's like, this is all crazy. This is all settled stuff, right? You know, and they're dredging all this up, and a lot of people, again, you know, this is why I think of Hitler, you know, because people said the same thing about him. Oh, he's just, you know, he's a loudmouth and all this stuff. And as soon as the economy took a downturn, then everybody freaked out and they voted for him. And then that's how the Nazi party got into power.
And they probably want to ban that porn for the simple fact that one of his supporters got caught on a website a couple of months ago. I forgot what he called himself on that website. I was like, what the hell?
I know, it's just crazy, right?
I think he was out of, was it Florida? I forgot what state the guy was from, but it was like, really? You want to do all that? But
yeah.
I'm like, hey, it's crazy either way. But people you gotta vote smart, because you can't expect for it's gonna be enough vote to do it for you. You got to do it yourself. Like I've had people tell me.
I think too, like COVID, we're seeing the fallout of COVID, because it kind of, you know, a lot of people, you know, the conspiracy theories that came out of COVID, you know, like you took away our freedoms because you made us wear masks, and, you know, and the vaccine things. And I think this is what we're kind of seeing, is this backlash, because far-right movements always gain momentum, like after a bad economic downturn, or like a pandemic, where, you know, the government has to step in, you know, and they have to try to, you know, for public health, they have to, you know, try to keep everybody safe. And these far-right things use those as springboards to go, see, the government's trying to control everybody. And it builds this momentum, and these far-right things like start to gain momentum.
Hold on real quick. They got someone speaking at Harris campaign.
Oh.
Trying to see. Okay. They saying they'll continue overnight, because there's still a lot of states that haven't been called yet. So she's not giving up yet.
Man. No, well, you know, like I'm just assuming probably in Pennsylvania, like a lot of the, you know, like Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, they probably haven't counted all the votes yet. And that's the big Democratic strongholds there.
Yes.
Man, but you know what? Another thing is, they said, like, even if he loses, one of their things is they want to gum up any kind of recount, or they'll demand a recount if it's, you know, and everything's pretty slim here. Like, even if he wins, it's going to be by a slim margin. Well, part of their plan might be to delay, like, the recounts, and then December 11th is the hard deadline for those recounts to be done. And if they're not done by then they can throw it back to the House of Representatives, and then basically every state gets a vote for the president, and 26 states are run by Republican legislatures.
Oh, wow. That's probably why he said they have a plan on what they're trying to do. Yeah. Which is crazy.
Wow.
So it's going to be interesting.
And that Mike Johnson guy, that guy's like weird too, man.
A lot of them are weird. I'm like, I don't understand them. I
He's from Louisiana, right? Like he's like a religious zealot. He comes across as to me. You know what he did with his daughter. Like apparently he has this. They have this ceremony where his daughter will pledge her virginity to him until she gets married.
say what now?
Yeah, it's this purity thing, because he's so religious, right? And they have this thing where he'll put a ring on his daughter's finger where she pledges her virginity that she will be a virgin until she gets married. And then when she gets married, he'll remove the ring from her finger and her husband will put his ring on her finger. Like that's when he had a ceremony like that with her.
I know some churches does stuff like that, but it's not that
Yeah.
he put a ring on her finger. It's basically saying that the young lady is committed to remain abstinent until she get married, and it's a promise to
That's
God.
basically the thing, yeah.
But
It showed video of him with his daughter, like going through. Like there was a bunch of fathers with their daughters at this ceremony, and the daughter pledges she will be a virgin until she gets married. It's just kind of weird. Like I understand, like a father wanting his daughter to wait until she's married, but you know what? In the real world, usually doesn't happen, right? But whatever. I got no problem with that. But like that's weird having a ceremony like that. That's kind of strange to me, but whatever.
yeah, to have it for your daughter. That's
it's just the ceremony part's weird to me.
Yeah, I'm like,
like I don't have any kids, but friends of mine, I know what it's for them. If they have a daughter, they always say to me, I know like she's gonna, when she becomes a teenager, she's going to be running around with guys. And, they always say, hey, I would prefer if you waited till you got married. But they kind of know, like in real life, like, yeah, maybe some of them might not, right? But then the ceremony part is just kind of strange to me. That's all.
Yeah.
A little weird.
Yeah, that is weird. So earlier when I told you I think Harris was ahead in 3 states, now they have her ahead in 4 states of the battleground states. She's ahead of Minnesota, New Hampshire. Well, they not big ones. They not the Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. So
she's gonna win. She's gonna win Minnesota, no problem. That's a Democratic state.
Yeah.
It was funny because a few days ago they said she was up in Iowa in the polls there, like by 3 points. But see, that's the thing. I don't really believe this polling anymore because there's so many polls now. Like you don't know which ones are.
Yeah.
You kind of don't know which ones are even close, because there's just so many of them.
Because I think some of them probably just say a number and hopefully that's what they believe and go with it. But because this morning I was looking at it, they was talking about, oh, she's up by 40% in this state and that state. I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
How would y'all know? They haven't started counting yet. The polls, who are y'all calling? Because I don't get the calls.
Man, this is still baffling to me, though. Like, it shouldn't be this close.
Yeah, it definitely shouldn't. And hopefully America happen. So,
oh, man. Well, and I'm disappointed, too. Like, in our last election up here, like, we had some, like, conspiracy theory candidates up here, and I'm going, oh, please tell me this stuff isn't going to become part of the of every election we're going to, because it is. You know what? It makes people dumb. It does. And when you try to like talk to people like that, they don't listen to you. Like they just go, well, blah blah blah. Like you're just convinced, like the government's trying to control. And I always ask them, I go, okay, well, what has the government done that's so bad that ruins your life? Like, give me and they can't give you an example. They just go, oh, I just know it is. I just know the government's bad. And it's like, well, you got to kind of give me a specific, like how has the government ruined your life?
Exactly.
And they can't give me an example, really.
Like I seen on the news this evening, I talked about it at the beginning of the show. This guy here locally, now he's driving a nice four-wheeler, well, a golf cart, one that you have the front seat, the back seat, and then you got the very back seat. Then he had all these Trump signs on it and had these Trump hats, shirts, and had several Trump signs on the golf court. And he telling them, well, I voted for Trump because I go to the grocery store and I could barely afford food. Sometimes when people can't afford something, you got to look at what you're doing. Because if you spending that money on that golf cart, all that appeal, clothing and signs and hats and all of that, and you probably been sending him money. How is that helping your situation?
Well, it's funny too. Like we, inflation happened all over the world. Like we had inflation up here too. Like our groceries were going through the roof up here too. Like after COVID. And the funny part is, I think a lot of people they think, oh, it's just in the U.S. But it was happening everywhere.
Yeah, it happened everywhere.
Like up here, it was happening. Yeah. So you're kind of like, okay, well now it's like, tell me how our government is solely responsible for that because it's going on everywhere. Same with the housing. The housing up here is insane too. Same as it is down there, But they think that it's only happening in their area, and it's the government's fault, right? And they're convinced of that.
Yeah, that's like
it was funny. I was watching a show the other day, and it was a guy. He had a podcast, and a Trump supporter phoned in, and this guy, the guy that hosts the podcast, he's very knowledgeable and smart dude. And he asked him, he goes, "Okay, well, name something that Trump's done." And the guy couldn't name anything, right? And he goes, "Well, you got to give me something that Trump has done. If you want to have this debate with me, you got to name some things that Trump has done." And the guy finally said, he goes, "Okay, balls of steel." That's all he could come up with.
Balls of steel.
Balls of steel. That's what Trump has done. So that's why he likes Trump, because he thinks he has balls of steel. Is that a reason to vote for somebody?
That's crazy. That people, I don't understand. I don't understand people's mind thought. I don't even try to think about it. But one thing that happened when Trump was elected the first time, I'm not saying he's being elected this time, but one thing that happened the first time, that's when the Steve and Karens came out.
Yeah.
So just imagine what might happen this time if he wins. It may be even worse.
And we haven't even talked about his running mate yet. That Vance guy.
Oh.
I thought, I thought the last guy was bad enough. This guy's worse, man.
Yeah.
Vance.
Yeah, he's terrible. And he even said he would not never support Trump. But he got that tap on the shoulder. He's supporting him now.
Oh yeah, well that's his path to power, right?
Yeah. Oh, I was vice president. I could do this, I could do that.
But see, the one thing that Trump does have, he's got that weird kind of kind of charisma about him. I don't find him charismatic, but I do see like he's sort of got. Vance doesn't have any charisma. And so a lot of these politicians, when you lack that kind of charisma where people are drawn to you, this is the new way you go. You just go, okay, I'll hitch my wagon to, this kind of, identity politics. And I'll just keep hammering this stuff. The other side just sucks. They're losers. They're this, they're that. And this is the new This is a new political way for power. That's why you get the Marjorie Taylor Greens, you get the Lauren Boeberts, because if you actually had to run on policy, none of these people would ever win.
Exactly. Exactly. And then on top of that, it came out during the last election that you could be in Congress or Senate and don't even have a high school degree.
Yeah, nothing.
I'm like,
Well, you remember Boebert last year? Remember the crap she pulled last year going to that Beetlejuice play?
what she do? Because last year I wasn't keeping up with a lot of stuff.
Well, like she split up from her husband, right? So I guess she was dating this new guy.
Oh,
And she showed up to that Beetlejuice, and you're sitting there going, "Are you kidding me?" 20 years ago, that'd be the end of your career. That would be it. It'd be like you're gone. Nobody would vote for you. But now it's like, oh, that's no big deal.
Yeah, just like the Senate said that I forgot who that elected official was that said that they have cocaine and sex orgies at the White House or at the Senate office or something.
Oh, that's Matt Gaetz or whatever. That dude. Yeah, he's another one. He's like, that's another guy. Jim Jordan. He's got no charisma. And none of these people have ever sponsored a bill on the floor of the House of Representatives. They don't sponsor any bills. So they don't even, they're not even legislators. And people just vote for them.
Just because.
That doesn't make sense to me. Like, it's kind of like you're a truck driver, but you don't drive a truck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what it's like to me,
That's crazy. And then
could you imagine going to a job interview and you come up with conspiracy theories and you call the guy who's giving you an interview a loser and you get hired? Like in real life, that doesn't work. But for some reason, in elections, which are part of real life, like people vote for this.
Yeah, which is crazy.
I just don't understand it. I really don't.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is nerve wracking. I hope something come out and she get back in there because they compare.
Well, and also in Germany, there's a far right party that is gaining momentum, and they are the first far right party to win an election. They didn't win like they won like I don't know what they called them in Germany, like if they called them districts or certain parts of the country like we do here. But they did win their district in Germany there, and it's the first one since 1945 of a far right party winning an election in Germany, and it's like wow. And it was 80 years ago the last time a party like that won an election.
Yeah,
so we're seeing like some kind of rise here of some movement that's dangerous, and that's what's got me concerned.
Yeah, that's not good at all.
No,
because it's going to be more of them come out, and it's only going to get worse over time.
But the one big difference is though, all the social strides that we have made. Like I could tell you one thing, like people are not going to just let things be taken away from them.
Yeah.
People are not just going to lie down and just let them take away gay marriage, or minorities are not going to let hurling racial epithets at them, with no consequences, just come back into vogue like it was in the 1950s. That's the one thing, like, I don't think these far right idiots understand is like, oh, you think this is just going to come back into fashion? There's going to be no backlash to it. That's the thing. That's where the clash is going to happen, because people are going to be like, no, you're not bringing this stuff back.
Exactly.
No way. We're not. You're not going back to 1950s Deep South. kind of rules or whatever, and it's funny too. People always point to the 50s and go, "Oh, well, look how great it was back then." And like
Great
you
for
said,
who?
it wasn't great for everybody in the 50s.
Great for who? And I'm like,
Yeah.
look, and that's like Louisiana. I follow this guy on Instagram, and he's into. He ran for office in Louisiana. He's real knowledgeable with policy and stuff. And he was like, "Hey, Louisiana from the last election, they was down by I think 26% of the black voters haven't voted." And I was like,
Right.
"What? 26% of the
Oh
black
man.
voters haven't voted?" And I said, "That's bad. That's bad." They
It
have,
is. Yeah. Well, you know what though? It's like well, there's no cap on like when the Supreme Court for your country, what was it, the Citizens United decision, where basically they you can donate whatever you want now into campaigns. There's no caps, no nothing. And I remember Obama when he was given his State of the Union address that year, and he chastised the Supreme Court justices, saying that was one of the worst decisions you guys could ever have made. Because what you've done now is you've allowed unlimited dark money now into campaigns.
yeah, because even like it's a restaurant down in San Antonio. Um, that particular restaurant, they had to tell that owner when Trump ran before, they had to tell him he couldn't donate any more money because he had donated so much, and they
Oh
tell
yeah.
him he couldn't donate anything else. And I was like, that's crazy.
Well, it's basically what you and I think the Supreme Court, they ruled like that donating this kind of money is equivalent to free speech. And it's like, what are you talking about? Well, and also too, the campaign doesn't have to disclose who the donors are.
Mm.
So you don't even know who's donating to these people. Like that should be law. Like, okay, if you're going to donate $30 million to a campaign, then that candidate should have to disclose, okay, Jeff Bezos gave me $30 million.
Yep.
And then people would have a more informed decision. But like that's what's so corrupt about it. It's like, well, how can that be democratic? You're basically bribing somebody.
Yep. Because Jeff Bezos, he did speak at one of the rallies.
And also Elon Musk
Elon Musk
oh my
have.
God.
He's.
Oh
I
no.
think he was at all of them, but the biggest one, I was flipping the channel and seen on the news. I'm like, is that Jeff Bezos? Then the news said Jeff Bezos spoke at Trump rally. I said, okay, it's time for me to start canceling some things.
Oh man. But like Elon Musk too, that's another one where people worship that guy.
Yeah, and the way these cars keep messing up, having all these recalls on them, I don't see why. I wouldn't buy one of those electric cars.
And it was funny. I had a discussion, with a guy that I knew, and he's like an Elon Musk fan. I said, "Well, you do realize," I said, "he's not an engineer. He doesn't design this stuff. He's not. He's not designing the cars for Tesla. He's not designing the rocket. Because I know he's got a Bachelor of Arts in physics, and then he started a graduate degree in business. But he ended up dropping out to start a startup with his brother. And they brought in a third guy, and basically it was, I think this was 1995, and they were going to put all the yellow pages on the internet. Remember, the internet was just getting going at that time. And apparently Elon did all the coding for like the website. And the third guy they brought in, he took a look at the coding, and the coding was terrible because it was hard to update. It wasn't done very well. So he ended up going, okay, I'm bringing in some professional coders to fix all this. And Elon Musk threw this fit going, oh, how can these guys come in and only work 9 to 5? When I had to spend 200 hours on this. And so that was kind of like a bit of an insight into yeah, this guy is not a genius. He's not some technological genius, but he's made himself out that way. And I think people just blindly worship him too. This is dangerous stuff that's happening there.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is a money guy. He's invested in. I'll give him this. He obviously invested his money in companies where he got a great return on it. But he's also promoting this thing like he's this messiah that's going to change the world because he's this. He's designing everything. And he's not. He's not a rocket scientist. He's not designing the cars for Tesla.
He just got the money to fund it, to have the right people do it.
And I noticed too, and I think in 2020 he was worth $80 billion. And then by the end of 2021, he was up to $195 billion. And I'm like, wow, how did he manage to jump that far? But what I realized about him, because I've got investments too, right? But what I noticed about him was he's great at hyping up stock prices. He makes all these promises, then the stock prices shoot up, right? But then he never delivers on them. And remember the Cybertruck? Oh yeah, I'm going to have that done, and it took him. He was 3 years late with that.
And then the Cybertruck is. To me, I would never purchase one because they look like they're a pain to park.
Oh yeah,
you got to park far out.
The workmanship on them, it's terrible.
Yeah, and then during one of the hurricanes that hit Florida, the last one that hit Florida, it was a Tesla or one of those Cybertrucks. One of them blew up once it got into the water. It flooded and it blew up, caught on fire. And I was like, see, that's why I don't want one.
Well, do you ever see the sharp edges on that thing? Even if you're going at 10 miles an hour and you hit somebody, those sharp edges are going to cut you open.
Yeah, that's not good. And
because I'm looking at it, I'm going, hey, I thought it was kind of illegal to build cars like that. It's modern cars, they all have the rounded edges and they have the crumple zones. That's another thing too. When you watch a Cybertruck crash, when they do the crash things, tests on them, and all the fanboys are going, see, look how strong it is, and I'm going, yeah, but the crumple zones are the thing that absorbs the energy, so that energy doesn't go into your body. That's the whole point of why cars crumple,
They are.
And he built it out of stainless steel too, which is terrible to work with.
Yeah, that's not good.
Well, he's what, $225 billion now? Wow.
Yeah, they are projecting Trump to win Georgia.
Oh no.
And they saying he's going to address the supporter at his campaign event soon.
Oh no. It's not looking good, man.
No. It's
Well, you know what though? Make the Trump supporters own this when it goes off the rails.
Yeah.
That it's okay, you bought it. You guys can take the brunt of what's going to happen here because, my God, this does not make any sense to me. It does not. I thought when they repealed the Roe versus Wade, I thought, oh, okay, well, people are going to come out in droves and vote against this guy. Well, apparently not.
Because some of them don't care, and then not only that, even the pandemic when Trump came into office, he fired everybody that was in there that's supposed to keep us safe from stuff like that, and he got rid of them.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting.
It's going to be way worse this time.
Oh yeah, because he's talking about firing federal employees, not wanting to pay people.
They want to get rid of. Well, yeah, they basically want to they don't want anybody that's gonna like dissent from Trump, like because that's what happened before is people stood up to him and going, look, I'm not breaking the law to do what you want to do. Well, now he's just going to make sure that he just puts all these sycophants in those positions who are going to go along with him. And that's what's going to make him more dangerous this time around.
Yeah, and I felt like they should have went ahead and charged him and sentenced him before this election instead of waiting until after.
Well, and that's Merrick Garland's fault. Merrick Garland, you know what? He dragged his ass too long on this. And you know what? Now, because he dragged his ass too long, he's going to be if Trump wins, now we got to wait for the 4 years of the Great Orange Clown to play out now. Well, Merrick Garland might go down in history as like, okay, well, you were a terrible AG. You should have like been on top of this because I couldn't believe like he tried to overturn an election. It's like, how come he's walking around still playing golf like 2 years later?
Exactly. I still have that gift you sent me.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. Oh, yeah, you still got that? The bobblehead?
Yeah. I'm like,
I remember when I sent that, I took it to the post office and I had to get a customs form. And the lady was filling the customs form out for me. She goes, "Oh, what's in the box?" And I said, "It's basically Trump sitting on a toilet tweeting." And she just started laughing. And she goes, "You know what? You just made my day."
So the Republican won the Senate. Yeah.
What, the Republicans won? Oh, that's not good.
Nah. That's not good at all.
Well, you know what? The only thing you can do is, okay, well, the voters have voted for these idiots. You make them own it. That's all. That's all people can do now. Like, I cannot for the life of me understand this. It's like Ted Cruz back in office again. Why? He was complicit too in the January 6th thing. He promoted it. He was the one that signed the motion to contest the electoral votes for Arizona or Nevada. He was part. Like he had blood on his hands too, because when that riot happened, he promoted it and he actively participated in the House contesting the electoral vote count.
Yeah, that's I don't know what to say. I'm speechless, but with this, it's kind of hard to say. Hopefully, something happened. But with Cruz, Ken Paxton, when they kept filing all those lawsuits, people should have fired Ken Paxton then the next election because he spent a lot of money filing all these lawsuits. That's our tax dollars. And we still waiting for...
That's why I asked you, like, why do working class people vote for this stuff? Like, it's like you're just voting against your own interests, man. Just like, if Harris wins now, even if she wins, okay, she's not going to be able to get any federal judges through now because now the idiots run the Senate and they're just going to go, no, we're not going to confirm any of these people.
Yeah, I think they was talking about adding 2 more, and to the Supreme Court, adding more judges to it.
Well, that's out the window now. That'll never happen.
Yeah.
Now they got the Senate again. And you know what? They might even, like, the Republicans might even keep the House. Could you imagine the Republicans are going to run the House, the Senate, and possibly the White House? Then that's it. Oh, my God. I'm telling you right now, man, I bet you up here, they're freaking out right now. Like, our government's freaking out right now. This is not good.
Yeah, that's not good at all. And
no.
But
wow.
People got to understand you have consequences to come with it. That's
Oh my God, man! You know what? I kind of knew this was going to happen because I'll tell you something. You know, like I don't really like I don't sit all day and watch politics, right? Like I follow it, but like I don't. You know, I like when I watch stuff on YouTube. I mostly watch like I like watching jazz interviews and you know looking at old jazz concerts and stuff. But I do keep up on things, and I'll watch. I watch some podcasts which are kind of these far right things because I always want to sort of get a gauge on like what's going on with these people. And I'm just seeing like people like it's fun for them. Like it's like watching the WWE, and it's entertaining, and that's why I've gone. You know what? People that are into this kind of stuff, like it's a rush for them. It's not about policy. It's more about like just owning
being in
the
control.
other side. Yeah.
Yeah, being in control.
Oh no, man.
Yeah, that's what it is. Being in control, having power. But the people that support this, what they don't realize, all that money they spending and then turn around and get there. Trump don't know you. He won't know you at all.
Well, it's kind of funny. I remember, like, I don't know if it was in Texas, but it was in some town in the South. And, school lunch programs, right?
Yeah.
Like, they were arguing over school lunch programs. Like, and I saw this parent going, yeah, well, you know what? The ones that need the school lunches, they're not raising their kids right. And I'm like, I'm watching this going, are you kidding me? Like, up here, we have the same thing, school lunch programs. There's no debate over it. It's just like, yeah, fund school lunch programs. Why not? Like, and the thing that scares me the most is when I see people talking like this. It's like, man, you're losing your empathy for your neighbors, man. Yeah. That's what's so bad about this. Like, you got to have empathy for the people in your community. You know what I mean? You're all in it together. Like, you shouldn't be like criticizing somebody because maybe you can't afford to send like your kid needs to use the school lunch program, so you're chastising them like they're a bad parent or something.
Yeah, that's not good. That's like that's kind of like what I was saying earlier about some school districts up here. If a child is behind on their lunch money, I think once they get $20 overdrawn, they're gonna start serving them whatever they want to serve them, peanut butter sandwich or like they in jail and stuff. Basically, like food for jail or whatever. Peanut butter.
Well, I remember one guy. He was on CNN. He's another a-hole. He was an ex-Republican politician, and he made this comment of like, well, you know what? If the kids are going to have a school lunch program, we should make them sweep the floors. Like you got, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, it's a school lunch program. You know what I mean? It's giving a kid some food. Like, what is so like controversial about that? Yeah. I don't get it. I don't know. My thing is I always think, in terms of like, Canada, like my philosophy is like the better average people are doing, the average person here is doing, the better off the country is. That's the way I think.
Exactly. While you was talking, I got an alert from Tesla from the stock market. Tesla is up 11.3% during the overnight hours.
Tesla?
Yeah. It's up 11.3% in the last 24 hours. And I'm like,
yeah, and that's crazy.
Yeah. So that's why he's doing what he's doing, because he can make more money.
Yeah, there's no conflict of interest there, Abe. I remember a couple of months ago, Musk made a statement going, "Oh, I am not donating any money to the Trump campaign," and then turns around and gives him like $75 million.
But he ain't donating.
This is bad, man. This is bad. Like they're picking all the most like greedy, kind of dysfunctional people.
Yep.
Robert Kennedy Jr., that idiot. Remember some of the stories about Robert Kennedy Jr., like he killed some bear cub or something and he buried it somewhere?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, in Central Park.
Yeah, that's not
And
good.
then apparently there was a photo of him eating a dog that was being barbecued.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't know if he ate it, but it was a dog being barbecued, and he took a picture of it, and it was real. It was a real thing. It wasn't like Photoshopped. And it's like, this guy is just like off the rails, man. Even his own sister, like his family's disowned him.
Yeah.
Going on, we don't know what happened to this guy. He's just gone nuts.
Because at first, when he first came out, I said, you know what, might be good to have a Kennedy back in office. But then I was like, no, that's not good.
Well, his sister said their father would be rolling over in his grave if he saw like what was going on, what his son was doing. He's just nuts.
Yeah, that's not good at all.
And Elon Musk, there's something wrong with that guy too. Like, there's something off with that dude too. Like, I don't know. Like, they're all these damaged people, and they're just craving. I don't know what it is. If they're craving attention, or if they're craving power, or I have no idea.
Yeah,
it's just crazy.
That's crazy altogether. And I don't understand it. I'm not going to even try to explain it because
no,
it's not good.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of knew this was going to happen, but I was trying to be, like today when I got up and I'm going, hey, you know what? Maybe people are going to be motivated to vote and going to go, yeah, we don't want to head down this crazy road that this party wants to take us in. And it looks like, they've already taken over they've taken over the Senate. So even if Harris does win, nothing's going to get done.
No, because they'll fight against everything that she try to do. Whatever they try to do, they will fight against it, and it'll be for their benefits.
Well, and Trump's going to pull all the funding from Ukraine.
Yeah, because Russia is already there. Them and what is it, China over there? They just got there last week or something, and I said that's crazy. So whatever they try to do, they're gonna block it. They're not gonna support it, and
So what they've done is, even if Harris wins, nothing's going to get, like, if they are, if the Democrats take the House, okay, nothing will get through the Senate, which means nothing will get to her desk to sign. You idiots, by voting these people in, now you've assured yourself, like, nothing's going to get done even if Trump gets in. And if Harris gets in, you've made sure like nothing will get done because these idiots because that's their whole shtick is we don't work with the Democrats at all.
Yep. And the thing is, they don't understand that Trump been saying all along, only thing he's going to do is give tax break to the big companies. He didn't say nothing about the middle class or the lower class, to the big companies. So when
you know what, if they take the House back, like if the Republicans and Trump get in the White House, they could repeal Obamacare.
Yeah, but he don't have a plan.
Yeah, well, they don't care. And wow, I can't, like, why do people, I don't think they really pay attention to this. You know what'll happen too, right? Say they do repeal Obamacare, right? Then the idiots that voted for Trump are going to go, hey, how come this is being taken away? And it's like, well, you voted for it.
Exactly.
No, I didn't.
Your family members did.
Oh man,
Try
I
to tell
remember,
you.
remember the first time they tried to repeal Obamacare, and I remember this woman. She was a Trump supporter, and she says to the reporter, "Yeah, I want them to repeal Obamacare and bring back the Affordable Care Act." And the reporter goes, "You realize the Affordable Care Act is Obamacare. Obamacare is just a nickname for the Affordable Care Act." And she goes, "No, it's not."
And that was the nickname that Trump gave it, right?
No, no. Well, remember when Obama passed the Affordable Care Act, it just got the nickname Obamacare, right? Because it happened up here too. Like when our prime minister, when he does a big ticket item that he campaigned on, they always kind of give it a nickname, like Trudeau this or whatever, right? It's just a nickname. But see, in her mind, because it had the word Obama attached to it, oh, that's bad. But the Affordable Care Act, she was benefiting from, but she didn't know that both of them were the same thing.
Yeah, that's not good at all.
Yeah, because the reporter tried to explain to her, go, no, they're both the same thing. The Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act is Obamacare. And she goes, no, it's not.
It's funny because a lot of people on social media, some of these reporters will go out to the Trump rallies and ask his supporters different questions, and
they don't know,
and they'll make excuses. And this guy the other day, a cameraman, he was at one of his rallies, and Trump was talking about how crowded the rallies are and how little of a crowd that Harris have and all of this, and the reporter decided to show the stadium, all the empty seats, everything. I said, boy, but that's what they do.
That's what's so frustrating about it. Like it's like you guys don't even follow it. You're not even following the simple details. It's just like they tell you this is bad. You just go, oh, okay, and then you vote for it. Because I remember, like Obamacare, all it was basically, it's like we have the single payer system up here. So what Obama did was, okay, well, we'll give the money to the insurance companies, but they have to now cover all the pre-existing conditions, because before they wouldn't cover pre-existing conditions, because obviously when you're a for-profit company, you don't, people that have pre-existing conditions going to cost you a lot of money. So the government subsidized that, so they had to cover that. And Republican voters benefited from that, and so they liked it. But the Republican Party managed to convince them, oh, Obamacare is bad because it had the word Obama in it. So they went, yeah, that's bad. It's got that word Obama in there. That's how stupid some of these people are,
That's just showing they bullhorns. That's all.
Yeah, well, my mom passed away 3 weeks ago, and
sorry to hear that.
Yeah, well, she had dementia, and she had it for like 6 years, and in a way, it was kind of a relief because the disease just took away who she was, right? But I remember, up here, she had to go for a lot of tests and a lot of CT scans, and a lot of all this. And I'll tell you, we never had to pay 1 cent because it's all covered up here. And I remember thinking to myself, like, man, if we had to pay out of pocket for all her doctor's visits and all the things we had to go through, she would have had to sold her house. And that's what I try to tell people is like, really follow this stuff, because like, when you vote against your own interests, you could be taking away things that like you might need down the road that could bankrupt you if it's gone.
Yeah.
And I remember too, like, she had to, there was a lot of medications I had to give her. And I go pick up her medications at the pharmacy, and on the average, you know how much it cost me? $10. Like they would, because she would also get a discount because she was a senior and all that. And I remember they would ring it up, and it would be like, oh yeah, it's $10. And I remember down in Washington State, it's just below BC here. Well, during the time when pharmaceuticals, like they're really expensive in the States, so a lot of seniors would come up on buses from Seattle up here, and they get their prescriptions filled because we have price caps on all our prescription drugs up here.
Yeah, that's what they need to do here. Put price caps on stuff.
Well, I did see Biden. He did, like, I remember it used to cost, I think, for insulin for somebody that had diabetes, it was like $300 a month, and he managed to get it down to what we pay up here. I think up here you pay $20 a month for your insulin, and he got it capped down there for the same price. So he did, he did actually do some things that helped, average people, right? And I don't think they realize it.
Mm. Yeah, that's
so that's why it's baffling to me. It's like, well, why are you voting for the party that wants to like take all that stuff away?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, here's another thing. We just signed a deal with DeSantis in Florida. Well, now he's going to buy his pharmaceutical drugs directly from Canada
for his residents, or what?
Like he wants to buy drugs from Canada, directly from Canada, because what happens is, the price of your drugs in the States, well, because we're a different country, we negotiate with the pharmaceutical companies in the States, and we get them at a way lower price, right? Because we cap the prices of our drugs up here. Well, now we're selling directly back to Florida so they can get the pharmaceutical drugs at a lower price, because we're buying them at a lower price from the pharmaceutical companies in the U.S. And they're buying, and now Florida wants to buy their drugs from us, directly from us, so they can get their costs
down. Okay. It's welcome back, TCal. I'm back, face green, smiling. Yeah, that's crazy. But see, now what's going to happen? It may be more expensive if Trump do win, and they put those taxes on them for shipping from a different country.
Yeah. Oh, and I'll tell you one thing. Like they're going to probably, if Trump gets back in there, they're going to try to repeal Obamacare again.
Yeah.
But how many times did they try and repeal it before? It was like 20 times, and they couldn't get it through, because the thing was, Republican people, that's the thing. Republican voters were benefiting from that, but they made them believe, well, no, Obamacare is bad, and they vote for it.
Which is crazy,
because it's got the word Obama in it. Like, oh God, like they don't realize, like, it actually that actually helped them, but
they'll realize once it's gone and they miss it, and Trump don't have a backup plan if Trump wins.
Well, you know what he'll do? He'll just blame it on the Democrats. He'll just say, oh yeah, well, the Democrats left everything in such a mess. And actually, Musk said a couple of weeks ago, he made a really kind of terrifying statement. He goes, well, we're going to have to go through a few years of real hardship where he wants to cut. And that's the other thing. Trump wants to put him in charge of doing an audit of the federal government of where to cut things.
That's not good.
And Musk said in this interview, there's going to be a couple of years of really deep cuts, and it's going to be like we're all going to suffer for a while, but it'll get better like after a couple of years. And everybody that read that was going, yeah, it sounds like what you're pitching here is called austerity.
Yeah, that's crazy.
This is scary, man.
Yeah, it is. TCal asks, have it been working all night? Said, I've been working all night. How's the poll going? Right now, it's 187 Harris, 246 Trump. And they have to get to 270 which is not good.
No.
Um,
Well, she's got to win those 3 swing states. If she loses like one of them, it's over for her.
yeah, it's
But the thing is, they've already taken the Senate, so even if she does win, nothing will get done.
yeah, it's gonna be hard because Pennsylvania's at 94%, and Trump got 50.9. She had 48%.
Oh no! And you remember, like when they retook the House a couple of years ago? Remember when they were trying to elect their speaker? It took them 16 rounds.
Yeah,
Remember
yeah,
that?
yeah,
And then McCarthy was in there for what, 6-7 months? And remember when they had to increase, or the debt ceiling or whatever, they had to get that done. Well, the MAGA idiots were like, you don't ever work with the Democrats. So remember, they ousted them.
yep.
And then they were heading for a government shutdown. And nothing ever got done in the House. They couldn't get like the simplest stuff passed because the MAGA idiots were like, no, we don't. And they were blocking everything. Remember, they almost had a government shutdown just before the election here.
Yep.
And people still vote for these guys. Like, you'd think like that's a kiss of death for a politician. Like, like if you're that incompetent at getting, stuff done. But like, it doesn't seem to matter.
That's so true. TK said, I can't believe. I'm sure he got texts. Yes, she did. Yes, he did. And Cruz won a re-election.
Yeah, oh God.
So I don't know. I might have to catch up on this first thing in the morning because it's been almost 4 hours I've been on here.
Yeah, I'll let you go, man. I know you probably got to get up early in the morning there.
Yeah, I have to have an appointment at 9 in the morning.
I keep forgetting. You're 2 hours ahead of me.
Yeah, because what is
it's
it?
Like 10:30 here.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's yeah, we're 12:38, and I'm like, oh, I was up here looking. I'm like, wait a minute, why is my eyes getting heavy? And then looking at this, I'm like,
hey, it was good talking to you again. It's been a long time, man.
Same here. I'll be in contact with you. I'm gonna start back doing shows probably once a week, and then we'll go from there. And I'll be doing shows coming up soon. Oops, I dropped one of my microphones.
Just remember, man, if things get too bad in the States down there, you can always move up to Canada. You can open up your own barbecue joint up here.
Hey, I do it, and only thing I don't like is I don't like a lot of snow, and I don't like a lot of I don't like bears.
You don't like what?
Bears. I don't want to walk outside and the bear be sitting in my car telling me, hey, where we going? Nope.
Actually, here in Vancouver, we don't get a lot of snow. We'll probably maybe get 2 snowfalls during the winter, but it's usually like 2 inches of it. But okay. If you go the further east you go, you get major snowfall up here.
Oh, I can deal with that then. That's not bad. Because y'all snow is different than Texas. We get ice.
Yeah.
So I can deal with
that. I never realized, like in the wintertime, you guys, because I always thought, you're so far south, you don't really get those kind of storms or whatever. But I remember, what was it, 3-4 years ago, you had that bad ice storm.
Oh yeah, and we with us, it's crazy because you used to be able to predict. We knew when we was going to get our first snow. It was going to get cold right after Texas OU weekend. That Saturday, that The next day it will get cold. Now it don't. Then the day after Thanksgiving, we will get snow. Now we don't. It might be 80 or 90 degrees during Thanksgiving. So,
Yeah,
um,
yeah.
so the climate change is real, but a lot of people don't realize it. So,
Well, yeah, if you just ignore it, it'll go away, right?
yeah. Then we find ourselves 120 degrees in December. Be like, no,
Yeah,
I'm good.
I told one guy, I said, it doesn't matter who you vote for. Climate change couldn't care less now. It's gonna affect you. It doesn't go, oh well, this person doesn't believe in us, so we're not gonna affect them. Like, I don't get this, man. Like I think people are losing their. You know what it is? It's social media. I think it's made people dumber.
Listen, I had to tell somebody close to me. I had to say, look, everything you see on social media is not true. But you do your
Yeah,
podcast.
it's not a real place.
Yeah, they told me, talking about, but you do your podcast on there. I said, yeah, but with us, we do our research. We do
Yeah.
research, and we make sure we putting out correct information. We're not making stuff up. So,
Well, I remember another guy too. He was going on about free speech or something like that. Like there should be no consequences to speech. And I go, there is consequences to speech. I go, if you go over to your buddy's house and you insult his wife in front of him, there's going to be consequences.
yeah.
There's no such thing as consequence. Or if you tell your boss that he's a moron, yeah, well, you're probably getting fired.
Got
It doesn't work like that. You can't. But see, I think people, on social media, they just get used to. You can write whatever you want. There's no consequences to it. Yeah, well, it doesn't work that way in real life.
Some people don't understand that part of it.
Yeah.
You can't
But
say.
they seem to think, oh, they can say whatever they want, and there should be no Well, okay. If you insult a guy's wife in front of him, you're probably going to get your head kicked in.
Yeah.
That's just the way life works.
Yeah, unfortunately. But that's cool.
Yeah, well, there's a thing called you got to have common sense, man, and it's called social skills. You just don't sit down and just start spewing out whatever comes into your mind.
I say that all the time about common sense. My wife would tell me common sense is not that common. Everybody don't have it. It's not the same.
Well, you remember the musician Frank Zappa, right? And he made this funny statement. He goes, well, scientists say that that hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe. He goes, I disagree with that. He goes, I think stupidity is the most abundant element in the universe. You know what? I think he's right.
Yeah, I can see that, because I'm like, hey, some people just don't use their whole brain. They use a quarter of it and say what they want to say and do what they want to do. So,
oh, poor TKL. She's written, "Oh my God," down here.
Oh
you
yeah.
guys got it worse than me. You're in Texas, man.
Yeah.
You got Ted Cruz again for another 6 years. Oh my God. You have my sympathy, man.
Yeah, we in Hang'em High, Texas. That's what they used to call it. Hang'em High, Texas. So
I might have to pull all my investments, man. Like, I still got a couple of months if Trump wins before he takes office. So. But if he tanks the stock market, man, I'm going to lose a lot of money.
Shoot, I keep saying everything going up, but that don't mean a thing. You go to sleep and wake up tomorrow, it might all be gone.
Oh no! Well, I can imagine right now, like if Trump gets back in, I can't see how the stock market will go up.
I don't know.
He's a moron.
Yeah, I need to go through and check mine, because I normally don't check mine sometimes. I just let it ride and let it do what it's gonna do. Then I get a notice.
Mine's a conservative portfolio, like, so it's it's something that just steadily, over time, I'm not invested in high leveraged kind of, stocks, which, like Elon Musk, like I don't invest in Tesla or anything like that because it's so volatile. You know, it can just go down like 20% one day. I don't have stocks like that, but I don't underestimate the great orange clown. He's amazing. He's amazing. Everything he touches just turns to crap.
Yep. Now I had got some stocks several years back, Shiba, and I want to say Risky is the one that told me about it. I got Shiba, and I have a lot of shares. I just needed to get to 10 cents. I'd be good.
Yeah.
It get to 10 cents. I'm like, hey, it's time for me to start thinking about retirement. So
yeah, well, I'm 5 years older than you, so I've been trying to retire, but who knows? May have to go back to work now that the orange clown might get in.
shoot, who you telling? Yep.
Oh no, man.
But
oh man, I was hoping this wasn't going to happen tonight.
You and me both.
Well, all we can hope for is Harris still gets in there.
Yeah, they still, according to CNN, they still saying it's a chance, but it just depends. I can't hear them, but they changed the map up a little bit and showed that if she win this, win that, she can still win. So that's what we're waiting for. I'm hoping it happened that way.
Yeah, I hope so too, man.
But I'm probably gonna have to find out in the morning.
Yeah. Well, you take care. I hope you get some sleep, man. I'm sorry for keeping you up.
Oh no, you good. I was trying to see if we got a winner tonight, but I see we don't. So I'm gonna get ready to lay it down and look at it in the morning when I get up. So that's cool. Well, radio, I appreciate it. I will.
It's great talking to you again.
Same here. I'll be sending you message to let you know when we're doing the next show and everything. Depends on how it goes tonight. I might do one tomorrow. So we'll see.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Have a good night.
Okay, you have a good night too. And say hi to your wife for me.
Okay, I will. All right.
All right, man.
Have a good one. Bye.
Bye
Well.
now.
We still waiting for the results of the election. Right now it's 246 to 187 Trump. CNN is still saying Harris still have a chance of winning, but once all the votes are counted, we'll go from there. So right now, let me see. See if they changing something. Hold on. They're doing a key race alert. Right now, Trump have 50.9% to Harris 48% in Pennsylvania. Michigan, Trump had 52.2% to Harris 45.9%, with 71% reporting. And it was one other state they put up. Wisconsin, Trump had 51.3% to 47.2%, with 90% reporting. So they still say Harris have a chance. Hopefully we could pull it off and go from there. So that's going to be the end of our broadcast for tonight. And we'll be back on soon. Y'all have a good night. Be safe. Peace.